a million smiles, catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, Come on, do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our light street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave, and get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From Bulls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Well, happy Monday. It is 8:03 a.m. on the East Coast. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truth, and I am here with Winning Reality. Say good morning.
Morning, everybody. How you doing?
It's very early for the both of us. Rabbit, hey, good to see you. Thanks for dropping links.
Hi, Rabbit.
She said hello, Winning. Winning got up on here with me today because I'm having a bit of a rough start today. It's Monday. Not a fan of Mondays. It was a long weekend. We had a really good stream yesterday. We had a really good stream Saturday. Caitlin, hello, honey. Driving but listening.
Morning.
Love you. Love you. My two favorite tricksters right here. My tricksters. So we had a really good weekend. I had a very full weekend. We started that up. I was on FNL on Friday Night Live on The Experts. That was a new experience for me. Had a lot of fun. So I thank him again for inviting me on. And then Saturday I went on the Saturday night show for Saturday Night Winning Reality show. And for some reason, I know it's Saturday night something, and it's escaping me. But we had a really good time.
Yeah.
What is it?
Winning Saturday night.
Yeah, I don't know why I reversed it. God, my brain's not working this morning. That's why he's here, because he offered and I didn't want to go in alone. So he's here as backup in case I can't talk.
Yep. And one thing we did on Saturday night is we made songs, and we made this one for Rabbit.
Small town in Kansas, there's a lady rabbit on a farm. She hops around with a whole lot of passion. She's living her life. She's got a fire in her eyes, and when she's not tending to the crops, she's the best spot on YouTube. No surprise. Oh, yeah. She's the rocket rabbit, the queen of Kansas. She's got the moves, she's got all the stances. When she's on YouTube, the chat goes wild. Rockin' rabbit, she's got style.
I love that. I
Really great.
absolutely love that.
And rabbit, by the way, I sent you the little background image with the rabbit on it. I sent that to you in a DMs in Discord. So that's all yours. That's all yours. You got it now.
Aw.
Mhm.
That's so sweet. The Saturday night show was amazing. I mean, first of all, I hope you guys noticed the new intro, and that was my gift for from winning. He made that for me and surprised me with it on panel because yeah, why not just the reaction, get it on, get it right there. I was absolutely blown away. I had no words. I still have no words. I did, however, just drop the link to Saturday's show so you guys can check that out. I definitely recommend it. He did surprise me. I got on there and they had this whole setup where he gives everybody an intro because T-Rex Trucking and More was on there and Caitlin Comments was on there. Jessica Reloaded was on there. And then he does intros for everybody and then he brings me in no intro. And I was just like, all right, whatever. Whatever. Because I'm just so used to where he goes, I go, where I go, he goes. And so I don't need the fanfare. So I was just like, whatever. And T-Rex, it was set up. They set me up. It was so cute. T-Rex is like, what? No intro. But like Caitlin, you could hear Caitlin was like genuinely like, that's not right. Like, she was affronted for me. She was offended. And he was like, oh, because I did this, and then he plays the intro and I'm sitting here red as could be. I was blushing so hard because I'm not used to that kind of attention. Like getting up here and talking to you guys, that's different. That's just me and you. I don't really care who else is listening. I have a conversation with my chat. We're good. And hopefully, it goes beyond and I reach some other people. But she said my new avatar. Thank you. Aw, rabbit. Yeah, so I'm not used to that kind of like positive attention.
That's awesome.
It was so sweet. It was so sweet. It really was. And we had so much fun. Some of those songs, oh my God. I thought I was going to throw up at one point because I was laughing for so long. My stomach hurt so bad. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, because I was like, no, we're going to have like one, like, real, like, bad one that I won't laugh. I'll have a chance to recover. Nope. He goes right into like the Broken Bakers and it came up with this horribly depressing song.
Oh, it's so funny though. I told her, I can totally see the video. It's just like black and white slow motion of like the baker on stream and the baker making treats, making baked goods, the flour on his hands, but black and white, gritty, grainy film kind of thing, and just like slowly slow motion because of the way this. I could totally feel the video when I was listening to the song. But we also made one for Caitlin. Let's listen to Caitlin since she's driving to work.
Caitlin Comment, she's a star on the screen.
Make her
She's
workday
got
happy.
1 million followers and her videos are mean. She's never afraid to speak her mind, no filter, just real. But there's one thing that catches everyone's appeal. Oh yeah. It's the window in her shirt that makes you go wild. Caitlin Comment, she's the talk of the town. Oh, with that blue window, she's never gonna let us down. She's got the style and the confidence to make you see that it's not about the window, it's about being free. Caitlin Comment, she's breaking the mold. Oh, with her popping videos in that window of gold.
Everybody got one. Everybody got one. And that will be a probably regular feature on his Saturday night show. Right?
Yeah.
That will be regular.
That'll be a regular feature. Yeah, we'll do that. It won't be as long, but it'll be like especially if I have a guest on, they'll get a song. We'll write a song. Maybe we'll do something for the crowd. I really want to get the crowd next time more for the crowd. Well, of course, you got the big spinning wheel, got the big wheel to spin, and yeah, and some of these I'll turn into videos as time allows. I'll have some time off here soon, so I'll probably be sitting around wanting to be do something creative. So I'll make some videos to go with the songs.
Nice, nice, nice.
I wonder if I can get one of those little bouncy lyric things, that, the ball bounces on the
Oh,
lyrics.
the little bouncy ball. That would be so cute. Oh my
That would be
goodness.
like karaoke style. I could karaoke it. Yeah, that'd be fun. And you can sing along.
Yeah, because that print is terrible. Like it's so small. It's like,
Yeah, that's just like turn and burn, get it done.
yeah.
But yeah, and the Caitlin's like it's like the window. It's not about you just never knew that when she wore the boob window shirt, it wasn't about the window. It was about being free. She's really making a statement with that window of gold.
She is. She's all about breaking those shackles.
And it really does never let us down. So
And for those not in the know, if you want to know the whole joke about the boob window, you're going to have to go watch the Experts Friday Night Live because it all went down on there. And it was hilarious. I just love that I got called out for how come you could tell her what to do and she just does it? Because I'm me and you're you and you can't be me. Like, don't be jelly. I just love.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Oh, for the love of God. Ah,
It's a real morning show
pokey. He just loves that damn clip. Oh, good God. I need a lot more coffee. Oh, God. Like I said, I'm on the screen. My brain runs on chaos, on coffee and chaos. Today, not so much on anything. It's running on fumes. But no, Saturday night was amazing. So I had a great Friday night, great Saturday night. I was blown away. And I'm dead serious. I blushed for over an hour. Like I blushed so hard it made me sweat. I don't know if you've ever been like that, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like, but that's where I was. And I melted. It was the sweetest thing. It really was. And I do appreciate all the work you put into that. Like it was really, really sweet. And then he redid the end of my outro so that my old intro, in case you really like that one, which I did, is going to be my outro now. So it'll lead us out like it did before, but now it'll say, thanks for being here or whatever at the end. I don't know. It's going to be as much of a surprise to me as it is to you. That's trust. You go, yeah, just here you go.
I just added it so it would be an outro-ish thing instead of an intro-ish thing. That's all.
Well, you're sweet. I trust you to take care of me. You're fine. Like if you say, God, just play it, I just play it. Which it's so funny because when I first met you, everybody was like, if he ever sends you something to play on your show, don't do it. I was like, why? And they're like, you're going to get a copyright or whatever. It was, I swear to God, it was like everybody that I met that knew you, that streamed with you. They were like, no, make sure you watch it before you put it up there. I was like, oh, okay. Because, you like to do the what do you call it? Face swaps?
Yeah.
Or whatever. And so, so sometimes YouTube doesn't like that.
I've come a long ways.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
I've learned the ways of the YouTube lands.
You're better than me because I transgress all the time.
Gotten better. I usually test things out too before I do them now. That's what Winning Sir Reality is all about. He's there to help me test things.
Nice. Also in the chat, I put the Rumble link to yesterday's stream that we did together. That was a lot of fun. It was very informative when we did the documentary part, The Century of Self, all about Freud and like his descendants, believe it or not. It's not about his descendants, but it's his descendants that are like doing all this stuff. And we talked about like propaganda and how that all came about, and creating the narrative, and creating consent and all that kind of stuff, pushing people toward toward making decisions that are not in their best interest. And that came up, and then we watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, and holy hell, I had so much fun. It was so fun. I hadn't seen it in so many years. I forgot most of that. Like, I remember the cat
Me
part.
too.
I remember the sewer. I remember the tree, but I didn't remember the whole beginning of it. I was like, oh my God. So it was really good. I had a lot of fun with you last night. It was good. It was really good.
It was fun.
So if you can, click on that link, check it out. We had a lot of fun, but we learned some stuff before that. He kept leaving me by myself because he had interruptions. It was like, and you could hear it too, because I'm like, are you there? Oh, good, you're back. I was like, yeah, you're back. Don't do that, because it's not my channel. I don't feel comfortable being there. Like, oh yeah, I'm here by my lonesome. Like, whatever. I'm not like T-Rex. T-Rex is like, now that winning's gone, this is my channel. I'll be taking over. And then you're like, no, I'm here. See, my channel's equal opportunity. You get to run my channel as much as you want. It doesn't bother me at all. But those songs, really, the Broken Bakers. I was thinking about the black and white thing that you were talking about. And I was like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but do you ever see there's this famous painting of a clown, just sitting there, and he's got one tear, one big fat tear coming down his face. And it's just and I could picture that tear in black and white, just him.
I'll find it. I'll reface it. Find it. Right, Snips? I got Snips with me.
Oh, hopefully she starts talking.
Snips, you good kitty.
In case you guys don't know, we both have cats named Snips, which is just weird. I think that was you have a snip. Why are you talking to Snip? You have a Snips. I
was like, why are you talking to my cat?
I was like, no, that's my cat. What'd you name her that for? Well, she's got a snipped ear and a sucker. And I said, that's why I named mine. I was like, okay. And I had to prove it. I had to go dig up an old short that I did. Well, you have the snipped tail and I have the snipped ear.
Yep.
But really, it's for a sucker. Let's be serious.
Yep.
That was just the actual snip bits of them is just an excuse.
Ray Snips. She's just purring.
And she's usually she talks more than I do. And that's hard to do. I love it though, because she sits there and I'm like, oh, I know who that is. And the other two cats, I'm like, I can't tell them apart. I can't. I just can't. I'm like, is that? No, not that one. Okay. Someday I'll get it. If you ever heard Boo meow, trust me, you'd never not know it's him. He sounds like he's meowing in horrible pain because it's so screechy. Because he doesn't meow, so he doesn't use his vocal cords. And it comes out I'm like, oh God, it's painful to hear you. Stop that. At least Snips is cute. She's like, meow, meow, meow. But no, his cat actually
Foxy.
talks. More like Foxy.
Yeah, well, Foxy's meow is really strange.
See, I can't tell the difference. I really can't. And I do pay attention. I really do. But I'm just like, oh, it bothers me that I can't tell the difference. But what was your favorite song Saturday night?
I don't know. There's so many good ones.
Jessica Reloaded's were good. They were about feet.
The Broken Baker ones was really the funniest one.
They did seem to tickle you the most. They did.
That had me doubled over because it was just such a it was so sad. I was like, by the end of that first song, I was like, oh my God. I was like, I want to freaking go
Like, and myself. Don't play that. Broken Bakers was Rabbit's favorite. Oh my goodness. And he was at one point, he was sitting there like dancing in his seat or whatever, you know. But I mean, he's a good sport about everything. He really is. And I didn't know it was his birthday. So, you know, if you go by Broken Baker, wish him a happy belated birthday. But yeah, no, it was oh God, I can't even, you have to watch it to get our reaction because that makes the whole song. Because we're all just sitting there like, oh, like oh my God. And he's just like, nope.
You know, he got the blues, so it's the Broken Baker blues. I don't know why I didn't think of that while we were on air. Good morning, T-Rex Trucking and More. How's it going? 10-4, good buddy.
Hi, honey.
It is 8:21 in the a.m. Eastern time.
And I think it's raining here. It's warm. It's like 60 degrees.
Okay, so
it's like that warm.
Oh wow, it's icy here, which is strange.
See, we switched.
Yep. Okay, so here's the song we've been talking about the entire time here. Just go ahead, get your box of tissue out.
Down in Denmark, the baker's soul is aching. His love is lost and his heart is breaking. With flour on his hands and tears in his eyes, he longs for love in his lonely Danish sky.
Poor guy.
But he bakes his pain into every pie.
He bakes his pain in every pie.
All these pies and cakes and stuff, it's everywhere.
Just full of pain.
So broken heart. Your love like cream has all departed. Taking to which man just cream pie.
I can't.
Your sweet confections will never lie.
Sweet confections.
But your heart still yearns for a love that won't say goodbye.
I just keep picturing somebody like eating pie and they're just like, wow, this really like just crying into pie.
Enjoy your man's pie.
This is blueberry pain
baked into it.
This is strawberry rhubarb pain. Because I know there's like French dessert called chocopane, and it's just like that's where my head went, and I was just like, great, he's just got painful dessert. Like every time you eat it, you just like start crying. But he bakes his pain into every pie. I can't. I can't. Well, because I believe in that kind of stuff. I think that when you cook for people, your emotions, whatever you put into it, they're going to feel that. They're going to hopefully benefit from it because hopefully you're in a good place. But now I'm like, oh my God, he's just, crying into the pie. Like, this pie is awful salty. It was made with my tears. Like, it's just like, oh, okay. Like, oh, it's hilarious. But yeah, he needs that black and white video where he's just slowly mixing, just pondering his, his life. Just like, why me? Like, why me? I find that way more amusing than it should be. They should be like, oh, poor Baker, but no, that's hilarious. What other ones did we do? We did T-Rex Trucking. Him about, being over the road or whatever. Oh, go ahead.
Rolling down the highway on my T-Rex rig. 18 wheels are rolling like a thunderstorm big. I'm a trucker on a mission, ain't no time to waste. Chasing miles and memories in this vast open space. I'm an 18-wheeling love seeker looking for that special one. But I ain't paying no property tax, cause I'm always on the run. From coast to coast, I keep on trucking, feeling the freedom in my veins. I'm a T-Rex trucker, roaring down the lanes.
I'm a T-Rex trucker.
Catch
There you go, T-Rex. Start your day off with your song. That's hilarious. What was I gonna say? Who else did we do? Oh, you gotta do Jacob Pete's. Can you cue that one up? T-Rex, I'm always running from my problems. Well, driving, really.
Well, let's wait till Jacob shows up for his.
Well, he doesn't usually show up for a couple hours. Because his mornings are running around with the baby, I think, and trying to get to work. But yeah, who else did we do? We did Rose. Rose got one. They call me Rose. If you guys don't know, they call me Rose. So that's on there. And we did Jacob Pete's. We did Nerds. We did Outpost Nerd. Yeah, you gotta find that one. I don't remember which one he picked, but I just it was so good. It kept.
I'm very slow, my voice is strong. Country boy, you can't go wrong. I'm talking about comics, movies, D&D. My passion big as can be. I may be short, but I tackle every quest. I'm a country boy, a whole lot of joy. I may be small, but my dreams age small. From superheroes to wizards, I've seen them all. A bluegrass YouTuber having a ball.
Yeah, the whole time that's playing, it's like, nope. 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 Nope.
That's because it kept saying he was small, SML. He was small.
And then he figured out what I was using, so he went and he like started making his own, and then he made one. He sent to me, and I was like, no. Say anything about him not. He cut out the short part, but
Of course he did.
I don't know why. But
I don't know.
yeah,
I like being short.
I don't know.
Being short appeals to me lately. T-Rex said I have to do my safety class this morning. Bah humbug. Well, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I don't want to say too much on that topic. I don't want to put you out there, but just suffer through it. You'll be fine. It'll be over before you know it. All advice that I was given regarding like wedding nights and stuff like that, it'll be over before you know it. It's fine. Just sit back, close your eyes, and let it sink in. It's fine. You know who you did do? You did Kaiser Pineapple. And then later we went on Jessica's game stream. You did the experts and you did Shizzy's. I don't know if you have those handy, but you got Kaiser, Shizzy, and Expert, and I think they all came out amazing. I really do.
I'm thinking about that. Oh yeah. So yeah. So here's the experts. Right here.
Living life like there's no tomorrow. The experts here to break the mold. No degrees, no fancy skills to show. But he's got style, baby, that's for sure. He's the king of chaos, the master of none. The expert, he's a wild one. Nothing different, just having fun. He's the voice of the rebels, the heart of the misfits. Ain't no rules, he's breaking them all. He's the chosen one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I think I like the chorus on that. I think I could take the chorus on that and like maybe double it up and like make some kind of intro video out of that for him.
That'd be cute. That's a nice thing to do.
Cute, be badass, man. What the hell?
Yes, I'm so sorry. He'll be rocking out to it. I mean, it fit. I honestly, when that was playing, I was like, oh, that fits his glasses. It does. It fits his glasses. It fits like the whole, like, his vibe.
Yep.
And so I liked it. I liked it.
All right. But here's the one about Shizzy.
Mm-hmm.
This one turned out good. Now I typed this one in as like a punk song about a YouTuber named Shizzy Wiznut who streamed so much he turned into he turned into a digital being or something. Or something
He's
like
a digital being. That's what it said.
There we go. So here we go.
There was a time when Shizzy Wiznut was just a name. A YouTuber streaming like a hurricane. Streaming all night and streaming all day. His energy was boundless, he never missed a beat. But as the years went by, something went askew. The streams got longer and the lines began to blur. His pixels started glitching and his voice went robotic. Shizzy Wiznut was transforming, going digital. Shizzy Wiznut, the live stream king. Streaming so long, he became a digital being. No one could catch him, he was always out of reach. Shizzy Wiznut, the YouTuber we couldn't keep. Shizzy Wiznut, the digital sensation. Streaming his way to a new generation. Living in the pixels where reality is lost. Shizzy Wiznut, forever streaming at any cost.
I love that. I really do. It does. It reminds me of it was like a TV intro that had that kind of like that beat to it. And I can't remember what show it was, but it always like, I hated the show, but every time I'd hear that damn theme song, it gets stuck in my head all freaking day long. And it was just like, but that's what that reminds me of. It was really catchy. I give him credit. It's hard to get Shizzy Wiznut in a song. Like, and have it just flow. It's a mouthful. But yeah, that was fun. What about Kaiser? Which one was Kaiser's? Do you have that one or no? I know I'm like, dance, monkey, dance. You volunteered. I'm sorry.
Yeah, which one
I know. I can't remember, but he was one of the first ones, I thought. No, he was right. I think he was right before Outpost. You did his. I think you did his.
3 with him?
Was it number 3? I don't remember. A lot of them, for some reason, number 3 was very popular with everybody.
Yeah. It sounds like this one sounds kind of like Top Gun. All right,
here we go.
Kaiser Pineapple, he's the king of the screen, yeah. Breaking down movies like you've never seen, oh. With a smile that's bold, he's got the power to provoke, oh yeah. Analyzing heroes and the worlds that they evoke, oh yeah. Superheroes save the day like sabers in the sky. Sci-fi worlds where dreams and fantasies collide. Kaiser Pineapple, he's our guide, taking us on a wild ride. Through the movies we adore, the ones we can't deny. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We already played Caitlin's boob window. T-Rex said, what about Caitlin's boob window? You realize now you're going to have to play one of the rap ones that are Jessica's, right? Can't leave her out. You absolutely can't. You're going to have to find one of hers. I can't remember who else you did them for. I know Rabbits you did ahead of time because that one I got to hear before the show. He was so like, Rabbit, you have no idea how like he was like, I'm gonna do this. It's gotta like tell me stuff, like give me prompts to put in. And I think you changed some of it yourself, didn't you? But it was
Yes, a little bit of it.
yeah, there were a couple versions that we listened to, and he was like, nah, this one's the one. This one's the one. Hi, Inya. Hello to you. Happy Monday. You're up bright and early. I'm up. I'm not bright yet, though. For some reason, the brain will not engage today, but it's all right. We'll get through it. Winning came on because I was like, I don't think I can do it today. Like, I don't have the energy, and I was just complaining. He was like, all right. How about if I come on with you and we'll get it going? I was like, okay. Like that sounds good to me. This way I'm not up there by myself. I normally don't mind being up here by myself. I enjoy it. But today was it was a hard morning. So I'm sorry. He gives me the kick in the ass that I need. No excuses. No excuses. And later, when it's just us, we'll be talking about like this is being the season for peace. That was the whole thing. 'Tis the season for peace on earth. Is it really?
Yeah, I'm not sticking around all morning. I'm just here for a little bit.
He's got a job. So yeah,
Ain't gonna wreck the show too much.
You don't wreck anything. Stop it.
Hi, Inya.
Inya, hi, Rabbit. How are you today? How are you feeling, Rabbit? I hope you're feeling better. You ended last week with, kind of feeling down and, feeling like you were getting a cold coming on. RSV, RV, I don't know the letters. I'm not good with letters. You know that. And yeah, I thought I was going to be headed out soon, but my daughter canceled her appointment. Oh, let's not get into appointments because that's what got me yelled at this morning. So I was like, okay. Because I'm just not on top of things the way I should be when it comes to my health. And I know. It's a lot of stress and I get easily distracted, and the distractions are things I'd rather deal with than doctors who don't want to do doctoring. So it's like, I just go, it can wait. And then I get yelled at because it really can't wait. It really can't. So,
all right, here's a Jessica song.
Yay.
Yo, check it out. Let me tell you a story about a girl named Jessica. She ain't ordinary. She's a gaming streamer, yeah, she's got that vibe. But there's something about her that really makes her thrive. Living in a digital world, she's got the skills. Dropping shots left and right, she's got the kills. But it ain't just the games that make her unique. She's got a fan base that's reaching its peak. Oh yeah, Jessica Reloaded, she's got the game flow. Streaming all night, showing us how it goes. Let's go head to toe, she's got that heat. That heat, man, they got us on repeat. Ooh yeah, Jessica Reloaded, she's one of a kind. Rocking the gaming world, blowing our minds. She's got the power, she's got the beat. Got the feet, man, they got us in defeat.
Her feet got us in defeat.
Her feet got us in defeat. But,
Jessica Reloaded. I like the way that sounds. Got the game in the flow. Jessica. I would repeat that over it. I wouldn't go into a new one. I would just keep going. Jessica Reloaded, got the game in the flow. Jessica Reloaded, it's gonna show us how it goes. Jessica Reloaded, she's got that heat. Jessica Reloaded, she's got 2 feet.
Oh my god. You're gonna have, you know what? You and I, we're gonna have to sit down, and I need one as like a Christmas present or something for Nick. I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, a song about Nick, the troubled lawyer. We talked about doing a musical.
We did.
I could do the refacing, or I could just do the I can do the, I don't know what you call it, the face, the thing where I actually, like, if you saw the good news segment, I made a new video for that.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that it stars T-Rex Trucking, Caitlin Comments, and Max Mura, right? And they're all 3 singing the song. Well, I wrote the song with the AI. I wrote the song, AI wrote the music, and then
Oh shit.
so so- but the faces themselves, like I did the faces. Like that's like that's me singing the songs with their face on. Like I did all the movements. I did so I had to learn how to do that. That wasn't AI. That was like AI was assisting there. But all the facial expressions and them nodding their heads and doing all that,
Mhm.
that
It's
was me doing it.
hilarious.
So I was like it's like digital puppeteering or something. So
Anybody who
yeah,
hasn't
I
seen
have
it, go look at it because oh my god.
hold on. I can pull it up if you want me to play it.
Yeah, play it.
I don't wanna dominate your show with the
No,
stuff that we
that's
did
fine.
Saturday night, though.
Real quick though, Rabbit said, I'm feeling really bad. This RSV is taking all my strength. Oh, honey,
Aw,
I am so sorry.
feel better.
She said, I have albuterol treatments. That's good. And oxygen here at the house.
Mm.
Well, you just, I mean, take it easy. There's nothing else you need to do. Just sit back, relax, and, you know,
Tunes to listen to.
hopefully we won't be funny so that you don't laugh and don't go into a coughing fit. So I'll try to not be funny.
We'll play the Baker song again. We'll play all the Baker songs. They're all depressing. The Baker
gosh.
blues. There's a flower in my hands. It breaks my heart. All right. I just totally blew that.
Ooh, hibiscus tea. I love hibiscus tea. What's really good for any kind of like, and this is not medical advice, this is just personal experience. What's really good for breathing issues, I drink chrysanthemum tea. And I have to order it special because they don't sell that in a store. But it's actually really good for your breathing. It helps my son. He gets reactive airway, almost like grown-up croup. And it clears it up in like 2 days. He's perfect, like he never had it. And I mean, he drinks it. God, he'll drink it by the gallon. It's so sweet too. You don't need to add anything to it. It's just the tea. But who knew chrysanthemums were sweet like that? And yeah,
Here we go.
I need the link for that, please. C3 for what? For the chrysanthemum tea? Okay,
There you go.
absolutely. I will. Let me write it down because I'll forget.
Okay, here we go. Here's what I was talking about.
Good news, yeah, we're here to spread the word, bringing joy and love to each and every nerve. Positive vibes, that's what we're all about. Gonna lift you up when you're feeling down. Every day we're gonna make it bright. Good news coming your way. You're gonna smile no matter the day. Good news, turning it around in this crazy world. It's the good news of the week. Oh, oh,
I told you all day long. It kept popping in my head. Oh, just Max Mirror at the end. Oh, all for no reason. I was like, stop, get out of my head. It's like, God. I'd be in the middle of saying something. All of a sudden, my brain goes, oh, I'm like, no. We're not doing that now. Nerd said this is trippy to wake up to.
I've already played Nerd Song.
Yeah, we played yours. Yeah, short thing. If they were short songs. But oh my God, we had so much fun. Saturday was, I mean, we were on there for a while. It was like, what, over 4 hours? And I don't think I stopped laughing the whole time. I hurt afterwards, and then I was wide awake. I was awake.
4 hours and 22 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, I was awake. Like we were up to what, like 5 in the morning, And it was just like, oh, okay. Like, but it was so much fun. Because, we did that. Then we hopped on Jessica's stream, on her gaming stream. Had more fun over there. Wendy H. Hi, honey.
Wendy.
Happy Monday. God, it's only 8:46. I feel like I've been up here 4 hours already. No, but we had so much fun. So much fun. I really do recommend you check it out. T-Rex said, winning held me captive, then called me a simp for going to another commitment.
Another commitment. And how were you captive?
No.
I invited you on as a guest, T-Rex.
No, did you see what he said? He was like, oh, that's why I was mad at Shelly. I remember now because of the Jessica feet thing. Listen, everything is content, okay? Everything. Secrets, no. But I mean, the feet weren't a secret. She did it on stream. I saw them. I was there. It was like, that's fair game, dude. You can't be mad at me for that. And she even flashed them during the game Saturday night. She's like, oops. I was like, yeah, because that was unintentional. Had me freaking dying. But it was a good weekend. We had a very good weekend. Everything went well, except, last night when the Eagles lost. I feel bad for you. I do. But I mean, I have such a history of losing because, I'm a Giants fan. So they suck. They've just been sucking. They suck more than a $5 hooker. Inya Mers, I'm going back to my job in a bit. I'm so conflicted. I like my job, but I don't know if I trust the owner's intentions. Dang nerves. Girl, just do your part. And if he steps out of line or does whatever, do what you got to do. You're a big girl. You know how to deal with people. Trust yourself. Have faith in yourself. You're going to be fine. Just go. Everybody in this economy, a job is a job at this point. That's all it has to be. And when the job is over, you can leave it there. You don't have to bring it home with you. T-Rex says she's doing it just because she knows it irritates me. She told me such. Of course. I do it to winning all the time. I know things that annoy him, and I do it, and I'm like, oh, sorry. It's like, payback's a bitch. Because he likes to poke the bear. T-Rex, I love y'all. I love both of y'all. I'm just playing. We love you too. We do. And I sent winning a screenshot. I was in Mr. Malloy's chat last night, just to drop him a like, say hi. And he had Danielle on, who I love. And shout out to Danielle. You're so sweet. She is a sweetheart. I love her. And she was on there keeping him company and making him laugh. And he was wearing the hoodie. We got him this oversized blue tie-dye fleece Sherpa hoodie for Christmas.
Nice and warm.
Yeah, Winning and I got it for him for Christmas. And we sent it to him, and he got it. And when he put it on, he had a whole stream about, I got mail. And he put it on backwards.
Yeah, he had it on backwards the whole time.
He was like, how do I put this flipping thing on? He was like,
he pulled the back up over his head. I think he did it on purpose.
Yeah. But I mean,
hey, hot tracks, your hot tracks.
Oh.
We always hit the road in a T-Rex trucking. Hauling heavy cargo, never stopping for nothing. All through the highways, power in our wheels, the rhythm of the engine, music that we feel. With our dinosaur swagger, we're the kings of the road. T-Rex trucking, it's a trucking delight. We're gonna truck all day and dance all night. T-Rex trucking, here's the facts. We're just trucking along and we don't pay property tax.
Fred Franklin, happy Monday, honey.
What's up, Fred? How you doing?
Out there driving around.
Man, T-Rex is gonna have a whole album by the time we're done. Yes, it's gonna be. You should like get a CD in the mail with T-Rex on the front of it, and he'll have like 15 songs about T-Rex. I'm gonna
You're
dance.
showing your age with the CD.
I'm gonna dance a CD. Okay. On
Send him a thumb drive.
yeah, you'll get a MP3 or MP4 in your inbox there. Yeah, I know. You're gonna dance all night. That's the part. He dances. He just goes right from driving to dancing.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, we do an 18-wheeler stream. Now I got all the uncopyrighted music we can play in the background. Let's pick a bunch of tracks and loop them.
I can't remember if it was on FNL. I think it was on FNL. He told a story about a lot lizard taped a business card to his truck with her OnlyFans thing on it. I was hysterical. I was like, see, that's somebody who knows how to market. I was like, did you look it up? I don't think he did, though.
Oh, you like that one, Rabbit?
Nice.
You might like the new track, the hot new track.
Oh my God, so much fun. But when you were doing them, I was like so ashamed of myself because I was like, all right, I've spent way too much time watching Nick and watching Bronca. Because part of me was like, well, if the chat wants them, they should send you a super chat to do them. Like that's the priority. Like, okay, but you just enjoyed doing it for them. And I was just like, let me not suggest it to him because he's gonna be like, no, da da da. Like I'm doing it for the crowd.
Yeah, I know. I like doing it for the crowd.
I know you do. I know.
I was
thinking
help pay bills, like enough and want to donate. So I was, I think it's. I don't know how this whole super chat thing works, man. Some people just get super chats and memberships, and it comes very easily. And I don't know.
I don't know. It's bizarre. Like when I've watched Nick's show for so long, and I watched Broncos and like Vices and everything like that, and I'm like, people just because they're dying for their attention, and I'm like, well, it's because they know that I'm going to give my attention freely. You don't have to pay for my attention. Like, and I think it's the same for you. Like, we're not there to grift. We're there to help. And it does make a difference. It does. And I like that they feel comfortable enough to just come in and hang out and not do that. But yeah, part of me was like, oh, he's got this new thing. He could have totally turned this into a grift. But you're just,
right?
You're not that person.
Channels with like thousands of people coming into your stream and stuff. I mean, it's like having friends come over to the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or down to the local bar, and you're just playing. You got your get your rig, and you're just kind of playing your new songs, but nobody knows who you are yet, so you just have your friends come watch you, and and then it's like expecting them to tip or something like that. It's just weird. The it comes later. It comes later. But I see, I'd rather have like cool things that people could actually get tangible value out of. That's why I was thinking, well, if someone really wanted, something, they had to have it. Then that we could do something. But I did actually make a T-shirt. I haven't posted it yet because I keep meaning to show it to you, Shelly, so we can look at it and tell me what you think. But it's so generic. It's just like my avatar on the back of it, and the front of it says "I am winning reality," and it's just one of those things where I was like, "Let me just try it out this way." And I figured if everybody wore it around like to Matt Surrey, then no one would know who winning reality is. But everybody would think, "Oh, you're winning reality." Yes, aren't we all? Okay, so it'd be that kind of joke. But I know that making T-shirts takes more than just throwing up like it's all square on the back and stuff. It looks so like amateurish.
I know. And I gotta think about your merch because you have a lot of different catchphrases and stuff like that. Things that you say that I don't think they're catchphrases to you, but it's like I can always tell right before you're gonna say them. It's like I kind of mouth them along with you. But I do have to make like a list or something like that because you need merch. I don't need merch. I don't have that many
I think that's where it would come in handy. Like that's maybe where the channel financing can come through with my stuff, right? It's like more so because people don't necessarily need to. I guess with like Nick and other lawyers and stuff, they people super chat in questions so they can
Yeah.
get in there.
Well, I mean, with Nick, they super chat insults. So I'd like to skip that.
Get him to talk to him.
I
Talk
don't
to
want
me,
that
Nick.
part.
Talk to me. Winningisms. I like that.
Winningisms.
I like that.
Real quick, Inya said it's work from home. I wanted to get a 20 to 30 hour a week part-time job outside my home. I would make just as much money and be able to leave it. But I feel guilty because she doesn't know how to run her company. Wait, there was an extension. Sorry, so long-winded. She rents out properties and is an artist. Oh, and is kind of a party type person. Oh, we don't know any of those. So she isn't tuned into us at all. I get it. I do. I get it. Fred said, nope, no driving today. Because a lot of construction work on the train station. I didn't have too much sleep and I didn't want to drive knowing I could fall asleep. Smart man, smart man. Outpost said winning has me addicted to that program he used Saturday night. Oh, believe me, I know. Because I'm like, are you listening? Are you listening? You're playing with that damn thing. Are you listening to me? It's like, God damn it. Listen to me. That's why whenever he's like, oh, I could do this. And of course I made it worse because I suggested another AI and he was like, I found it. I was like, crap. It's like, all right, this is what we're going to be doing this weekend. And then it turned out really well. So I was like, all right, I don't feel so bad. Trucker, T-Rex trucker going to dance all night because I don't pay property tax. That's something worth dancing about. Just rub it in.
They have my logo, my name's put all over the place. Make sure to check out Winning Reality. Win Dixie. I need sponsors.
Come on. Do you know how frustrating it is that I'm in the middle of like singing a song? I'm just bopping along, doing my stuff, doing my research, singing a song. And all of a sudden just winning comes in. And I'm just like, really? It's just everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere.
We'll work on it.
Winning, no reality. She doesn't like reality.
But you say that Win Dixie, oh no, that's not it. You said a Win Dixie. They have it bannered all over the store. Winning.
I know the feeling so well. And every time something happens, he's right. And I'm like, see, it's in the fucking name. It's like, it drives me nuts. I'm like, why didn't I think of that? No, I'm talking trash and truth. I love when people are like, why are you T3? Is that like Terminator? I'm like, no. It's the name. Talking trash and truth is just such a lot to say. But one of your songs, who came up with I heard Mistress of Mischief. And I was like, oh, if I ever do like an alternate account, that's gotta be my name. Gotta be. Because I mean you got Coffee and Chaos over here. If I do like a nighttime thing, that would be the Mistress of Mischief. It's hard to say though, it's kind of a tongue twister. Michelle, the Mistress Michelle of Mischief. No. T-Rex, let me make some merch. Y'all so kind to me. I'll start thinking and see what I come up with. Make sure you use his correct color. His color has a number. Okay.
Oh, stop.
If you know, you know. It's a very specific green. Use that green. I'm sorry, I'm amusing myself, but it's the funniest thing. Wait, what's not driving because you're tired? T-Rex is like, oh, you're not supposed to drive when you're tired? I didn't know that. Fred Franklin, Terminator. Get down to the chopper. Yeah. By the way, I think Hanukkah started, didn't it? Happy Hanukkah to anybody out there. Rabbit Shelly T3 only becomes Terminator if you make her angry. I've become a lot more than Terminator. I just bitchinator. It's like, but Yeah, no. Oh, we'll see if you have ideas for merch, you could always send them in his Discord or you could leave it in the comments. Or you could email him on his about. You'll have his email address. I'm going to warn you though, I don't think he checks it a lot. No, Mistress Michelle has weird images comes to mind. I didn't used to be like this. Shelly, you broke my mind. Fred said my favorite color is BMW code B45. See, how do you people know these damn numbers? I never knew that colors had numbers until I would, had to like create thumbnails and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh wow, these all have their own specific long ass number. And it was like every U is a different thing. It's like your brand is this, and I was like, my brand is like pink, black, and lighter pink. Like that's pretty much it. Oh, Rabbit said a winning reality coloring book. That would be nice. That'd be cool. I mean, I have a ton of ideas for winning reality, but I'm not putting those in as merch because no. See, to me, he's just even in my brain. Like I told you guys, I visualize everything. So like he'll be walking around talking, and he'll be on stream or whatever, and all I have in my head is just this tall dude with like the arms from Far Cry, because that's all I see of his character, like the arms with the skeleton gloves and the damn avatar head. So it's like, in my head, that's what he looks like.
Okay, so
if I ever do meet him, I'm screwed.
The Shelly songs, I got them broken down individually here, but this is I go back and forth between which ones are my favorite. You asked me what my favorite ones I made so far. So it's either, I think this one's fitting really the best fit, and then the next one I'm going to play is probably my favorite sound wise. But here you go.
Shelly from the block. Just because with a mouth that won't stop, won't stop. No, and I'm not afraid to show it. Oh, spill the tea. You better be ready for it. I speak my mind. No filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and true. Trash and how you lie. No sugar coated music. And get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From to the city, I'm the queen of
some pro right there.
You can handle the heat and take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
See?
I love that one. That is awesome.
Right? That sounds awesome. Really good. It's like
it does.
Now I like the way this comes out. This is more like it's like some kind of like UK house kind of sound or something.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. Yeah, she know the love from around the world. Hey, Shelly, what you shine your light? Time to make you bright. Live stream these way away side. You're one of a kind. Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
I think it's his intention to just make me smile all the time. And I showed these to my kids. They were blown away. My son was like, so tell me about this winning person. Like, tell me more. I was like, winning. He was like, no, I want details. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, protective Connor activated. He was like, but yeah, no, oh man, he was like, that took a lot of work. He was like, that's super cool. I was like, oh, see, so a 17-year-old thinks you're cool, so you must be.
Right on. Plus, I got his logo all over the place in that video.
Yes, he was so excited about that. He's like, oh, that's mine. I made that. I made it again. I was like, yes, it's one thing. Like, you made one thing. He was like, it's all over the place. I was like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, you gotta do the brand.
That's right. He doesn't quite get that. Like, he gets that that's my logo, but he doesn't get that I stream as much as I do. He's always like, oh, you're always live, whatever. But I don't think he thinks anybody's listening. Like, he thinks I have like 2 people. Like it's like you and T-Rex and that's it. Like, that's it. I'm like, no, people know who I am. But I've been throwing them off lately because I was swapping out my avatar for the other one that you made me, that of course you started the videos with. And it was just, everybody's like, oh, Shelly's here. I was looking for the cat. I'm like, nope. I'm like, it's my face. Sorry. I'll give you back the cat. Because they don't know me otherwise. And yeah, I like this one too. That's awesome. I mean, when you have somebody who does something like this for you, it lifts you up. I don't know how to react to stuff like that. Like, you guys know I don't do well with generosity or sweetness, and that's both. And so I was blown away. What you call it? T-Rex has an idea for your coloring book. You only get green and black crayons with the winning coloring books. Well, why not? Why not? No, but you need it for his eye color, because the eye color changes. And red.
Blue, red. Yeah, blue, red. Oh yeah, I did redo my yeah, Rabbit's, yours is really at the top too. She says she likes them all, but hers the best.
I like all of mine. You're absolutely right, Rabbit Cuts, because you're the best.
I've been fighting like this company, WMG or whoever, over my Winning Saturday Night intro.
Uh-huh.
And I went, and so I like this week I was like, okay, and I'm gonna try to make a song similar to it and kind of do a mashup with it. And I'm gonna try to see if I can beat the copyright claims on this, because they're not just copyright claiming it like they used to for the first 6 months I used it. Now they're blocking it. So I have to take it out as soon as the stream's over, so everybody on YouTube doesn't get to see it anymore, unless you're live. I guess it gives you an incentive to go there live if you like it, but I don't think many people mind, because it just comes in with my entrance, right? When screen shuts off and all that stuff. But but it takes like 2 hours to process, so I lose 2 hours of people potentially clicking on it and going and watching it right after the stream, and that's like prime time for people watching it. So if you do miss my stream on Saturday night and you like to watch them and you can't find it, it'll be back up in a couple hours. It's just like this block it because they're really being kooks. But I've highly transformed this thing. I mean, this is the biggest example of how unfair the system is that, I mean, I've transformed. I went through and made a whole new version of it. It's still the same thing. Like, I'm hard-headed enough and possessive enough to not want to give it up, because I like it,
I do too.
But it's got like a new kind of thing to it. So if you're a fan of the show and you like coming to Winning Saturday Night, get there for the intro, or you can always be watching on Rumble later or on X, but or be on X and watch it on Rumble. But
there you go. I want to try that.
You'll really love it then. But
that is so trippy.
But this one, I'm gonna unveil a new version of it. You'll see how much. Just look at when you watch it. Just see how much transformation I've done from the original video it was taken from. Aside from the refacing, there's edits, there's CGIs, and there's going to be some different music to it. But I've written a song that goes with it that came out really good. And in fact, the song came out so good that and I did a couple more remixes of the song that I think I'm going to reach out to Grimm's Bar and see if he can somehow merge in the 3 versions I have of it. And actually,
that's a really good idea.
Because I like the song so much, and I'm like, this could actually be a song. Like, I mean, I think a lot of them could be songs that could be expanded on.
Yeah,
but this one,
absolutely.
I was like, this could be a song. So I'm gonna see if Grimm's Bar wants to collaborate with me and work his magic to make it like into something that kind of can blend through.
Yeah, he's
And
really good at that. He
yeah, he's
hears
got the
like the
stuff.
most minute details. I'm like, he's like, did you hear that? I'm like, dude, you know I didn't.
Well, he's got the software down pat too. That has a lot to do with it, time and
Yeah.
just how fast you can work through it. I
Oh
have
yeah.
I do what I do. He does what he does.
He's a
And so,
beast when it comes to that. I'll give him that.
yeah, let's see if we can do something.
That would be awesome. That would.
Yeah,
It,
the end's cut off on these things because they only give you like a minute and a half tops or under 2
yeah.
minutes or something. I don't think they have it's not advanced enough yet for you to be able to pick your time or buy your time or buy the length of the song. That'll probably come down the road.
Yeah.
But yeah. But the fact that it can do this now is like it's really promising.
I'm so
Uh,
glad you found it because it's been just nonstop fun. It really has. When you first said you found that, I was like, oh Lord. So-
Well, yeah, since I stopped doing live music and actually playing instruments and stuff, there's still a musical side to me. It doesn't go away.
of
It's just been
course.
expressed differently now. I'm expressing it through different means. But I have my house band, Widespread Panic. They do all the instrument playing for me now. But
Which we'll
but
be watching on New Year's Eve
there's
live,
still a musical
like on
musician
YouTube.
inside of me. Yep. There's still a musician inside of me. So this is helping me kind of express that musician a little bit more. So
I'm
I'll
biting
probably
my
take it to
tongue.
the max. I'll probably
Yeah,
take it to the max.
you should. You absolutely should. Balls to the wall.
Suzanne,
Suzanne, hi. How are
what is
you?
up? How
We
you
were
doing?
talking
We've been
about you
wondering about you.
yesterday. We were like, have you
Yep.
seen her? I haven't seen her around like at all.
Yep, we were wishing well for you.
And you, not to the fence though. Yep, no, you didn't take it to the fence. That's a lady awesome joke. Suzanne, I hope you're well. I hope you're feeling better. Last time you said you weren't, and I've been meaning to send a text out to you. I'm sorry. I'm a horrible person, but I did do a whole thing last week on withdrawing because I've been doing that. So I apologize. But I do hope you're doing well. Outpost said, I've downloaded about a dozen different songs from this program. A dozen, you amateur. I think I listened to a dozen songs in the first hour he had it. What you call it? There was something I wanted to. Rabbit said, Grimm's Bar's music talents are amazing. You're not wrong. He really is he blows me away when he's making the music. Like I'll just sit there and I'll sit there for like a couple hours and just watch him make music because he's just so into it. And it's just like, and he's like, did you hear that? Did you? And it's always, I don't tell him what I hear. I tell him what I feel. I'm like, that one got my heart pumping. That one's got me bopping along. That one made me really sad. Like at this one point, and he's like, all right. And then he alters it. And he's like, how do you feel now? I'm like, I feel better. I'm like, I'm not so bad. But Inya, she's fucking funny. This doesn't compare, but when I started dating my husband, he started this perpetual baking game. He called it my in real life name's cookies. So he's been tossing my cookies for 9 years now. You lucky girl. Lucky girl. Rabbit suggested you sell the coloring book in a merch store and on Amazon. That is not a bad idea. Because you could just throw it up there on Amazon and whatever you get, that's all your profit. So you could think of that. I think you should. I think you should double your merch up. So whenever you make merch, sell it in both places. Why not? Get it out there. Okay, so I'm all caught up, I think. Yes. Alpo said I have to use the free version. Well, the thing is, a free version for winning isn't going to last very long. If it says you can make like this many, no, he'll blow through that in the first 2 hours. Like, no, I want to be able to do this. Damn it! Like, I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do that. Because he's a perfectionist. He is, which is a good thing. I didn't think I'd get along with another perfectionist, but there it is. Anyway, Suzanne, I really drop us a line. Tell us, let us know how you're doing. Give us an update. I was gonna say something about the songs. Yeah, I definitely want to work on one for Nick. So that's definitely something I want to work on with you because I kind of want something specific coming from me for him. But I think you should do one from your version because it'll be very different than mine. Mine will be more, more sweet and sentimental for a friend, but I think yours would be funnier. Nandor, happy Monday. Happy Monday.
And Endor.
I mean, you could do Nick's. You can do, you got to do one for Joe. You absolutely have to do one for Joe. Come on. It's got to have the blue thing in it. Like, it's just got there's so much material when it comes to Joe because he's just unintentionally funny. So it's like there's so many things you could do on that. Who else could you do? Who else do we watch?
See, I
Oh my
made Law
goodness.
Team, and the Law Team was getting weird for all those guys, and I don't think half of them even watched it.
That's why you don't make it for all of them. Like I want one for Nick, but that's like, for me. So that I could tease him with it.
Well, that was
Joe,
the
I
thing at the
think Joe
time,
would
so.
be funny. I think Joe would be freaking funny. I mean, come on. But did you do one for Valhalla? You haven't done one for Valhalla yet. So when if he comes on, he gets it.
Yep.
But yeah, got to go lay down. So I'll be listening. You go rest. And thank you for your disclaimer about we don't give any medical advice. No professional advice.
Rest well.
You get some rest. Be listening. Hopefully, take a little nap. The music stream was awesome, but I fell asleep during it. It's funny. I don't fall asleep during streams except when I'm in like winning stream because I just sit there and I listen and I get all into it and I relax. And then all of a sudden I'm asleep and I'm like, God damn it. I have to go back and rewatch the whole thing. That's my safe place. Well, it is. I mean, I know I'm going to go into your chat and everybody's going to be real sweet and everything. But, if it's not like a heavy link night, then I know I can just relax and sit back. If I know you're going to be driving me crazy, that's what he does now. He's like, yep, I want that. And then he laughs and he's like, Shelly's frantically looking for that link. I'm like, oh, why do you do this to me? It was funny because I was listening to T-Rex in Discord while I was watching your show the other day. And he was talking. I was like, you need to be quiet. Like he said my name and I don't know why. I was like, I have to go back and then I gotta have to catch up. It was, I was like, God damn it. I can't do two things at once. And I really can't. I used to be so good at multitasking and now it's just like, no. But I mean, I'm so focused on your stream. I don't have time for anything else. Coffee. I just noticed Rabbit changed her avatar to the Rockin' Rabbit. That's awesome. Yep, she sure did. She sure did. She said she likes all the songs, but hers is the best. So there's no bias there at all. But I mean, hers is the best. He put a lot into that song. But I love that she's the Queen of Kansas. That was hilarious. I was like, oh my God, I'm totally calling her that from now on. Look, it's the Queen of Kansas. But I mean, there's a lot of people. I hope that they come on and they're guests just so they can get their song. Like,
She's in the hospital.
Who is? Oh my goodness. You never said you were in the hospital. Or if you did, there's, my brain. I don't remember it. Wow. Well, at least you're being taken care of. So I hope Harlem's okay.
You well.
Yeah, and I hope everything turns out. Let's just reach out and let us know how you're doing, please, because we do worry. We don't always say it, but we do worry. You are on our minds, so we care. We love you.
Yep.
Nandor, well, she needed an awesome song. She's the best. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I love that part where it's like when she's in the chat goes wild. It's like, yes, because they do. It's all, oh my God, it's Rabbit. You think Elvis walked in. It's like, good night. Everyone's like, night, Rabbit. It's like 18 people in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Elvis has left the building. You're just like, oh, And then she pipes up, and I'm like, you didn't leave. You just didn't want to engage anymore. She's like, I got tired. But no, it was such a good night. It really was. I don't think I stopped smiling from the moment I got on panel. And it was just, it was such a, when I tell you guys I have no words, he literally left me speechless. And that never happened. You know, I don't run out of words ever, ever. And I just was like that. I just kept saying that was amazing. That was amazing. That was amazing. Like, oh my God, that was amazing. I was like, you're overusing the word stupid. What am I going to switch to? Awesome. It was going to be either amazing or awesome. It's going to be one of the two. Suzanne, speak to Darth. He knows what's going on. He was talking to the hospital staff. Jesus. Like, you know what? I expect nothing less. Nothing less. But yeah, I'll hit him up and find out. Nando said you did such a great job at Winning Reality, and he did. He really did.
Thank you.
I'm so happy with my new intro. That one song that you just played for me, the one that you said you like the beat and everything, that really gives off talk show vibes. It really does. Like it's like the beginning of like the Wendy Williams show and like all those. They have that real, like upbeat kind of catchy tune to it. So yeah, I love it. I do. It was probably one of the sweetest things anybody's ever done for me. So I really appreciate that you did that. You're a sweetheart. I tell people you are a charming motherfucker. They don't believe me. He is. So definitely check out Saturday Night Show. I put the link before, but I'm going to put it again.
I think most everybody was here. It was here.
Yeah, but I get a lot of rewatches, so it's okay. I'm going to put the Rumble link as well because I already have the other one up, so I'll put the Rumble link for Winning Saturday Night. It was just, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Nando, you heading out? Have a good stream, guys. All right, Nando. Thanks for coming by. Thanks. Love you. We miss you. I love seeing you around again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're a good egg. I like you, girly.
Have a great day.
Today is like one of those days where I just can't. You guys, you must feel like that. Where you're just like, I just don't wanna. Like you get up and you're like, can we just skip till tomorrow? Because it's just like, I'm just not feeling it today. And the weird part is today will probably wind up great. It probably will. Because when it starts out bad, my day usually ends really, really well. When I start out well, it's usually like such a crap day. But the thing that we were talking about yesterday, the century of self, that was really it. That was informative, but it was also like I was so into it because of the psychological aspect of it, because it was Freud, and you and I had just been talking about Freud, and I just feel like I don't think there's any psychological condition that they can come up with that they don't link back to him in some way, to one of his theories or whatever. But like I love all of those. Yeah.
But how he got to where he was at was what we learned
Mm-hmm.
in that stream, and like there's a lot of like unknown information.
I mean, he would have never really caught on without that. He really wouldn't have. Like he wasn't that, that big. But then
it was his nephew Edward Bernays that helped him.
Mm-hmm. And what year was that? That was the turn of the century? Like around it was before World War II. But it was like, was it before World War I or right after? I don't remember.
Right after,
I think it was right after. But I found it really interesting that they took his theories and they used it to manipulate us. Like instead, like, because psychology is supposed to help you, and that it really makes you think, like, all these things that they discover that are supposed to help us and supposed to make us better. There's so many people out there just waiting for the opportunity to take that information and twist it and use it to control us. And it's really scary that you're putting your mental health, you're literally putting the ability to get inside your head in somebody else's hands and trusting them with it. And then two steps to the right, you have somebody who's like, oh, yeah, I'm here too. And I'm going to be more powerful. Like, because it doesn't seem like the helping is as effective as the hindering and the hurting. Like, they have negative impact is so much easier to achieve than the positive. And I don't understand why that is. I mean, as humans, are we just prone to being negative? Are we more likely to go to the dark side than the light side?
It's just
Like,
certain types of humans. And actually, we're going to be talking about that a lot this week on my shows. All of them, actually, except for Winning Saturday Night. But
okay.
actually, even a little bit of that too. But it'll be the good news part of it. But the but yeah, Wednesday we're gonna have a big stream talking about globalization, who controls everything, and WEF's current the 23. So what they planned in 23, that their meeting had in 23. We'll talk about that. But I just recently, in fact, early this morning, watched the Alex Jones Tucker Carlson interview. It was really good. It was really good. He was, he's more on point now with what he's talking about. He just got his Twitter account reinstated. But that was as after this interview. But what he was hitting in the interview actually is lining up with a lot of things we're talking about on Unveiling Reality. So they're running neck and neck. So I'm going to have some clips from that. And then he also talked about race relations and how that's being used against us. So that's also going to have some clips from that on Thursday night. We're repairing history together. I'm going to talk about that and probably have a topic around that kind of idea about, I think I was going to do like a mix of are hate crimes real, as far as, are they just manufactured, and how. So I'll have to figure out what. I still haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that show yet. I can tell you that there's going to be clips from Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones interviews on both of those shows this week. And of course, on Wednesday, I'm gonna show a little bit about what's going to be the new show next year on Mondays called Unrig the Game. And it's going to be a read along, kind of like an audio book kind of thing, where we're going to take books and we're actually going to go through chapter by chapter and listen to them together and discuss them. And they're going to pertain to the stuff we're talking about now in Unveiling Reality. So we're going to get to know the characters, do deep dives on their plans. So that way we're informed, we can actually kind of push back. And Alex Jones actually just put out a new book called The Great Awakening, which is interesting because during the 2020 election, I actually came up with the idea. It's the Great Reset versus the Great Awakening. And I was talking about, what people waking up to this idea. That's before I even had the channel. I came up with that. So his new book though is a deep dive on those kind of topics. And he also says that he included solutions in it. So I'm really interested in what his solutions are. If he's going more towards solution culture. He always has been a little bit in terms of personal health and personal responsibility and stuff like that. The one thing he did say in the interview, I'll point out real quick, is that he said that, we have to be prepared and take care of ourselves, but we also have to fight the fight in the cities. Like, we have to fight the fight where the fight is, but we can't just remove ourselves from the fight, because that's what they want us to do. That's what I've always said too. So they want you to quit. They want you to be hopeless. And another point he was making is that every time we push back against the demoralization process, which we all know is like that first veil thing we talk about on my show, and the stages of ideological subversion, the first stage is demoralization. That all the pushback we see, this made sense to me, is is when we push back against demoralization, that's when they come after us with force, and they come after us with it. They try to make, I said it perfectly earlier. What I say, they try to make us indignant, or that's what they do. The canceling, the demoralization. When we push back against demoralization, they counter with with making you feel indignant, or they try to isolate you individually. That's where the canceling comes in. That's where the fear comes back at us. So that's why
Mhm.
we're scared to push it back against the demoralization, because when we push back against the demoralization, that's when the punishment comes. See, they want to push their demoralization. They want us to have, crappy cities where people are just, allowed to. They want ugliness. They want filth. They want the degradation of society, and they want the stuff they do in schools with children. They want that stuff to happen. That's demoralization. That's a cycle of abuse, part of the cycle of abuse. They
Sure.
want that to happen to us, and so when we fight it, that's when we get the biggest repercussions from them, and that's
And
why
pushback.
people are scared to speak out, scared to push back. They're scared to say no, this isn't right, and that's why the most degrading things in our society have the most protection.
Mhm.
It's a by design thing, and so we'll be talking about all that and more, and we're going to continue to talk about that going into the new year as we read our first book on Unrigged the Game. It's gonna be like a read along kind of thing. I'm not gonna read it. I got audio, Audible, and I got another a program that'll read books that does a good job. Nice voice, not crappy voice.
Nice.
Yeah. But now that Alex has this book out, I think that I'm gonna first order a hard copy of it and read it, and then see if I
Mhm.
can find a online copy, and that may be the second one that we do. So the first one's gonna take us about 5 or 6 shows to get through, but it's gonna be really
Okay.
good. It's called The Control Oligarchs, and it's about the key players in the WEF and in the globalist realm, the elites, the global ownership class, I call it, just to kinda give it a fresh name that kind of states what it's about, and that,
Gawk. They're the
right, and that
Gawks.
but we gotta know who they are, where they come from, and what they're trying to do, and how they surmount and have this power.
Mhm.
I talked a little bit about where the power comes from on our show last night,
Yep.
um, and about consent and how powerful consent is. So the century itself is teaching us about that, and our next episode of that's a 5-parter. So the next 5 shows we do, it's gonna be 1 hour of that documentary. Then we do a movie after that, right? And the
Yep.
movie next week is gonna be A Christmas Story. But
Yes.
the second
They'll
this
take
next
your
episode
eye
coming
out.
out, it's called The Engineering of Consent. So I'm real excited for that one, because I'm gonna be talking a lot about that and why that's so important, and that your consent is your free will. And
Mhm.
I've been trying to get people to understand this for a long time, because when you understand what consent really is, right, you all of a sudden can reclaim your power. It's an amazing thing, and I teach people how to do that, and I teach people what it means, because consent is your free will in action, right? You
Mhm.
can say yes, you can say no, you can say I'm not making a decision, or you can say you decide for me, right? Every single one of those is an action still, even the one where you didn't make any kind of decision is still an action. It's still a
Mhm.
choice. It's still your free will and action. So think of your consent as the most valuable thing on earth that you have, because it is your free will in action. It's your most it's your actions, right? But your free will is the most important thing that you have on this in this life,
Mhm.
personally in your life. Now I'm not talking about family, children. I think that's the most important thing you have.
Yes.
But your free will, as far as an individual go, that's your personal power. And that's what they want from each and every one of us. That is what they're trying to take from each and every one of us. That is the secret, the big secret that I've been working up to tell everybody, to show everybody how that works, right? And then we'll talk about universal law, and I'll explain universally why it works. I'll give you the why after that. But this is the big secret. The big secret is that it's all about trying to engineer and manufacture consent, because when they get enough people consenting to them, that's where their power comes from. And see, when we learn how to remove our consent, and you can say, well, how is that possible? You can speak it. You can remove your consent from anything at any time. It's your free will. There you go. You see, that's how it works. It's your free will. Your free will is yours. No one can take it. You can only give it away. And they know this. This is the big secret. They know this, so they trick you into giving it to them. They can trick you, and they can do anything. This is within the rules. They can do anything to get your consent from you. All right, it
Mhm.
doesn't break the rules. The only thing they can't do is take it by force. They need you to give it to them, right? So when you consent to the things you consent to, Be very careful because that is your free will in action. If you're consenting to a bad thing, right? Then you're sharing the consequences of the results. That's the other part of it. Is like when you consent to something good, when you're part of something good, you say yes to something good, you share in the rewards. Okay. But when you consent to something bad, right? Are you even whether you know it or not, you you have to share in the consequences. And that's why they can spread the consequences out. That's why power works so well. You could you forget all those rules and stuff that that you hear about. It's about the how it actually physically energetically works in this world. And when you can get a bunch of people to say yes to you, whatever you do gets spread out through them. You see that's how the narcissists work. That's how the
Mhm.
elite work. That's how all the bad people work is they want your consent because the more people that are consenting to their leadership, their decision making, whatever they do, the less they have consequences for what they do. It's a wild thing, but it's the way that it works.
Mhm.
And I'll back that up with natural law and universal law. So that's what we're gonna be doing in the new year. We're gonna be hitting all the stuff I just talked about and more. But this week we're still walking into it by learning who the
Mhm.
players are, what they're doing, and the plan, so we can actually start pushing back. And we'll be talking about solutions, of course, all along the way. But that's what I got coming up this week, and more. I'm working on a guest for Saturday night. We'll see if I have one or not. But I don't know.
Mhm.
It's been fun just hanging out with everybody, just doing the crowd thing, and the guest panel was great last weekend.
You're so
And
good at it.
so if we can keep that going, that's cool too. But I really want to have a guest, some kind of guest. We'll have guests, and then we'll have weeks where I don't have guests. So that's just the way it'll be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, going back to that whole concept of consent, like you and I had talked about that many times over the last like months and months. And I mean, I understood it, but I didn't get it until, like I said, till I went into the hospital. Like I understood it as far as like the Patriot Act, like, things happen and we got scared. And I understood that if they go after you when you're in a vulnerable state, when you're scared, when you're, like, I guess with this whole dystopian thing they have going on, where you have people like shitting in the street or whatever. And you can't really control it. So you kind of throw up your hands and go, you know what? You deal with it. That's by stepping back, you're actually giving a form of consent. But when I went into the hospital, I went in, I wasn't really in my right mind. I was on, like I was on different pain meds that they had just given me. So I was a little loopy. They were giving me, all these different tests, doing all these different tests. Everyone's poking me and prodding me and pushing me here. And it was just very chaotic. And there was sign here, sign here, sign here, sign here. I didn't even know what I was signing at one point. And so they just took carte blanche to do whatever that, the hell they needed to do because I was in a ton of pain. And I was like, just make me feel better. And when they got to the point where they were trying to do IV lines on me and they're blowing through veins like crazy. I mean, they blew through 20 veins in 2 days. Like I got to the point where I was shaking every time they'd come near me to like try a new vein. And at one point I was so shook that I was like, I put my hands up and I was like, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I don't consent. And immediately they backed off because up until then they were like, no, I have to let me. And they just kept it, no matter how much I cried, no matter how upset it made me, no matter how much, they screwed up my arm. I mean, I looked like I got beat up bad. I mean, I sent you pictures. There were black and blues all over my arms. And I was in a lot of pain. That medicine burns when it doesn't go where it's supposed to go. And it doesn't burn like a little, it fucking hurts. And I couldn't take it anymore. And as soon as I said that, the nurse just backed up and I was like, I can't deal with you. I don't trust you. Go get me a doctor. Like I need a doctor now. Nobody is touching me till I see a doctor. And boom, Bob's your uncle. There was a doctor because they knew, oh no, we pushed her too far. Like, okay. Like she said no. And the power of no never really worked for me before. It wasn't taken as seriously. But I guess because I was so adamant, like, absolutely not. Like, I do. And I use those words. I do not consent. I do not consent to you touching me. Do not come near me. And they're okay. All right. It was just.
It's baked into everything. It really is. And it's so ingrained in us subconsciously that
But
people don't realize until they. Yeah, people don't realize until they actually practice it how
Yeah.
powerful it is. Like it
The
really is
relief that came with it was ridiculous winning. I mean, I was just like, "Oh my god, thank God." Like, because I felt violated at one point because they just weren't listening and just doing whatever the hell they wanted to because they're like, "Well, you said you wanted to be better." Yeah, yeah, but you're not making me better. You're actually torturing me. You're
those
physically
who
freaking torturing me.
those who take it by force always pay the biggest consequences, and that's why the ones who know the secret about it don't do it that way. They get
Mhm,
you to do it. They manufacture your consent. They engineer your consent. And so
mhm,
the one think about it, the ones who went too far, who may have coerced early, but then
mhm.
took it too far, got drunk on their power, got um, um, overly, what's the word I'm looking for? Arrogant. They got
Yeah,
arrogant with it, and they decided they
and
had
get
so much
pompous
power
about it.
now they
Yeah.
can do whatever they want. They've all failed. They've all lost in the end because they lost the consent, the power, even though they had everything in place. They had the armies, they had the money, they had resources, everything in place. When they pushed it too far, they lost, and that's one reason why the way that they rule us has changed. They figured this
Mhm.
out along the way. And that's the big secret. That's the if I could get that one thing out to everybody, aside from everything else I try to get out, if I could get that one idea out to everybody, we could change the world instantly. It would happen so fast, no one could believe it. It'd be like magic because the people just don't realize that their free will is so powerful, and they want that more than they want your blood. They want that more than they want your kids. They want
Oh
that
yeah.
more than anything. Money doesn't mean shit because you can get money with power. See, power means it. And I'm not talking about the rules of power or any of that stuff. I'm talking about the real deal, the material, energetic stuff, and that's consent. That's your free will. Think about it. All you got to do is think about it for a minute. If you can line up everybody's free will on your side, you could do anything you want. Nothing would ever happen to you. You could do. Oh, everybody's like, yeah, yeah, go ahead. It's great when you do that. Yeah, yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, think about it. You can think about it on the
I do that
micro
to you
and the
all the time.
macro.
I'm like, yeah, go ahead.
You can think about
Whatever
the
you
micro
want.
and the macro. I was explaining that earlier when we talk about like how people consent to corporations or they couldn't, or even your favorite band, or whatever like that. When you all are in agreement and behind what they're doing, they thrive. They thrive, right? So,
And
it could be your family, a group of friends. If you're the leader of a group
mhm,
of friends, you make decisions, everybody goes with it. I mean, it's just like people can use it for good or for bad, right? And the people that want to do bad in this world understand that how it works. So that's why they spend so much time, money, effort, blood, and sweat and tears to get your consent. It really is the most
yeah.
powerful thing out there. So
Well, I
beware.
noticed.
And I'll tell you right now, since we're talking about, and I got to go here in a second, but
Mhm.
um, the way you take it back is just to speak it into
Yeah,
existence. Say, I remove my consent for this. And if you do
and be
that,
consistent.
it is done. It is your free will. You
You have
own
to
your free
stand
will.
firm.
Yeah, you can only give it away. No one can take
Well,
it from
because
you.
I told you they gave me a real like everybody had an attitude after I made them stop. And they'd come into the room, they'd slam something down, or they'd they wouldn't look at me or they wouldn't talk to me. And it was just like, you can have an attitude all you want. I am not your pincushion. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and let you hurt me just because your feelings are hurt because I said you hurt me. Oh well, you did it. Like you did the action, suffer the consequence. And I had to stand by that. And they did back down. They did change their attitude after like a day or two and
Think
realized,
about what
okay,
crime is. Crime is crime.
yeah.
Almost all crime is based on
Hey,
uh
lady, awesome.
hey, how you doing, lady? Almost all crime is based on someone doing something without consent, taking a life without consent. Or not that you can really have life. Taking a life is doing something by force. You're taking the life by force. That
Mhm.
is without consent, right? So it's
Yep.
it's it's all crime is basically something without consent. Stealing, right? Stealing, grapes, all the crimes, assaults, robberies. Just think about the crimes and think about where does consent lie within that crime. Fraud, all those things.
Yeah.
So that's one way to just brain exercises, right? Ways to help your thought, thought experiment, help you think through and understand the concept. That's all I'm sorry. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm getting a little tired and I got to do some work. So, I am gonna get on out of here and let Shelly have her show back so that you guys can talk about Shelly stuff.
Thank you for coming on and getting me going.
Absolutely.
Don't take that the wrong way. Well, take it the wrong way. But
Okay. And Shelly,
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you so much, Winning.
You got it. Bye, everybody. Have a great day. And remember, keep on winning.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
And there he went. Isn't he awesome? I really was not able to get started today. I really was not. It just was not working, guys. I was up since 6 and I was just like, I was talking to him. I was like, I don't feel good. I don't want to go on. And he was like, da, da, da. And I was like, and then like he's telling me all these things that I need to do, and you need to call the doctor, and all I hear is excuses. And I was getting very emotional. He was like, how about if I come on the show with you? I was like, okay. I was like, because I was ready to be like, yeah, screw it. I cancel. I'm going back to bed. I'm just gonna cry myself to sleep, and that's it. But no, he got up here and he kicked my ass like he always does. Kicked it right into gear. Rabbit, you just made me laugh out loud, Rabbit. Because Rabbit said, I always write my limitations on the hospital consent forms. Hospitals hate me. A hospital hates me. You say it like a Brit, hospital. But yeah, no, I have to get in that mindset, because I go in and I'm like, just please make me feel better. And it's just, oh God, it's just so painful. I'm like, you're making me feel better. You know what better means, right? T-Rex, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and remember, people like you. Don't. He already played that. Like, he made sure to play that as soon as he came in. But since Lady Awesome is here,
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
that was for you, lady. That was for you. I think it's funny because like we have winningisms, but there's Shelleyisms too, because T-Rex just said good morning to Lady Autumn Sky, and he called her Lady Awesome Sky. But she is Lady Awesome. That's how I think of her. But he said, dang it, T3 has me thinking that's your real name. Y'all are crazy how late you stay up, but then again, I stayed up till 4 a.m. I had JR mad at me because I was still awake texting her at 4:30 a.m. See, you do that, and you do that to me sometimes, and I wake up in the morning, I'm like, Jesus. He had a whole conversation by himself while I was asleep. Now I'm like, I'll answer with okay. Like, I do the dude thing. I give you a short answer. I know it aggravates you. Lady Awesome. Thanks. She'll, however, I watched the whole, so I've seen. Okay. Awesome. But yeah, no, we had so much fun. We did. Yesterday was good. I really was blown away by the whole consent thing because it clicked. Sometimes it takes a really long time for things to click now. But the way Winningly, he presents all these different veils and the aspects of the veils, the way they're used, the way we're manipulated. And he shows us the problems and he tries to tell us ways out and always has like something for us to do to counter it. And I mean, I've never really thought about it. I've never been solution oriented for the world. I've always just been, you come to me with a problem, I fix it. And that's it. But these are problems that are beyond just my ability to fix myself. So, we do need to get together. I love that Alex Jones is back on Twitter. I'm back on X. I was really excited to see that yesterday. I think that for all his dramatization, I guess you would say, of things, he really does speak a lot of truth. I'm not on board with everything he says, trust me, but there's a lot of this stuff having to do with, like, the World Economic Forum and all that, where I see that he saw these things coming and nobody listened. And I really wish that we had. Like, he had his fan base, but they didn't really do anything to counter it. And I feel like now we're in a place where we don't really have a choice. You have to be on board to change things. Because if this world keeps going the way it is, we're all just going to be living in 15-minute towns and need permission to go see a relative, in another state. It's ridiculous. I don't want to be in these little, like, biospheres that they're creating for us. I want to be able to go where I want to go. I'm not somebody who likes their wings clipped. That's been the worst thing about this sickness. It's not the fact that my legs are hard to use. It's the fact that I can't get out. I can't just get in the car and go. I'm that person that when I had my car, I was never home. Never home. My kids were like, Katie was always in the back seat, and she went where I went. Katie's so used to road trips. I mean, I used to make cross country road trips with my ex-husband when we were married, and everybody would be like, oh my God, you're driving all the way to, like, Washington State. Yeah. With a 5-year-old? Yeah, with a 5-year-old. Like, she's fine in the car. Like, I'd go with my daughter and the dog. And they're like, oh my God, that's insanity. We had so much fun. Because I just pack up a cooler full of sandwiches and drinks and have a bag of snacks, have a bunch of, like, games for her to play in the back seat, with the dog or whatever. Made sure I had a couple pig's ears in case he got rambunctious. And just music. As long as I had music, my husband would drive and I would just sit there and I would sing the entire trip. And he'd just keep changing the CD, changing the radio station. Like, do you know this song? Do you know that song? Do you know that song? And we always had so much fun. And that's when you start, you really get to know people. And I love just really, really long road trips. I love being on the road. I love meeting new people, seeing new places. I have a thing about, I don't know, like, rest area truck stops. Like, I love the gift shops, because if you go to, like, these little towns and they have, like, these weird little gift shops in the truck stops and in the rest areas, they have the coolest stuff there, like stuff that you haven't seen since, like, the 80s, because they haven't changed their merchandise in 40 years. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they still make these. No, they stopped making them, but they still sell them. Because he's still got, like, a case of them in the back room, because nobody buys them. I buy them. And my husband would say, why do you buy this crap? And I'd be like, because I like it. Shut up, I got a job. Like, I don't want to hear your mouth. Like, don't tell me what to spend my money on. But I don't like being curtailed. I do not like that feeling of being caged. And I get that now. And I feel like that's the way we're headed. We're all going to be caged up, just without the bars. And it's very easy for people in power to imprison you without you knowing it. They just construct the world around you to be your prison, so that you're so in it, and it happens either so gradually or so quickly, you either don't see it coming or you don't have a chance to stop it. And I think we're at a really good place where we see it coming and we have the time to stop it. We have people out there who know how to stop it. And we just really need to rally behind them and support them and let yourself be heard. Danielle said, hello, my sweet Shelly in chat. Up early enough to stop by and say hello. Oh, I'm so glad you did. Aw. Danielle's super sweet. I told you she was on Mr. Malloy's yesterday. I was so happy he had the hoodie on the right way this time. Although if he goes and watches a movie, like, downstairs with the people, instead of having, like, his popcorn or whatever on his lap where it could fall off, he could always turn the hoodie around and put the bag of popcorn inside his hoodie and just eat it like that. T-Rex said, I'm so not want to do the rest of this silly safety class. These videos are so silly and corporate. They could be funny and engaging, but nope. Made in 1999 and won't be uploaded till 2037. He said, that's why I love Discord. It feels like I'm road tripping with y'all. Yeah. Those training videos, I mean, I know yours are like driving safety or whatever, but when I was, in education, we had to do them every year. We had to do the sexual harassment ones. We had to do when to give CPR, when to use the defibrillator. There were ones on like if a kid gets hurt, like what do you do? Like all the different hazards and whatever. We had to do bullying, and it was endless. At one point, I think I had to do 16 training videos, and you couldn't fast forward. You literally had to sit there and like answer questions through the whole damn thing. And I could say this now because I don't work there, but I made money off of it. I didn't give a fuck. I had time to kill, and I'd go home and I'd just run it on the iPad for whoever. Like I'd sign in, they'd pay me. They'd be like, I don't want to do that. I don't have time to do that. I don't have the patience. If I pay you, will you do it? I did that for one person, and suddenly everybody wanted to pay me to watch it. I must have watched those training videos 30 times easily. And I didn't listen to them. I watched movies while they ran in the background. And I just, click, 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 click. But I got paid for it. I could turn a profit on most things, but it was funny because they were like, oh my God, they were like, I can't believe that sexual harassment thing. And I'm watching the sexual harassment going, I was like, yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that. Yep. Do that too. Yep. Do that too. Yeah, I do that. And I brought it up with my principal, and I was like, Marty, you realize that whole sexual harassment training video is everything I do that I shouldn't. And he was like, He's like, what does that tell you? I said, it tells me that they don't want us to have any fun. He's like, what? I was like, they don't want us to have any fun. I said, everything in there, nothing was violating anybody. Nothing was threatening, but for some reason, you're not allowed to make jokes. You're not allowed to like hug somebody. Anything that makes us laugh and forms a connection between us and makes the day better, they labeled as either like bullying or harassment or sexual harassment. I was like, and it's ridiculous. I was like, and you can make me watch that video 1,000 times. I'm going to tell you, go fuck yourself every time, because I'm going to keep doing what I do. I don't give a crap. Like if you're there and I come at you, I'm going to hug you. If you open your arms to me, that's you going, all right. So that's not harassment. You're accepting, the affection that I'm giving you. And it builds you up throughout the day. I mean, especially when you're working with kids, God, at the end of the day, you're just like, somebody shoot me, because, that was, anyway, dark humor. But anyway, you get to that point where you're just so beaten down because you've literally said the same sentence 40 times in a row and they're still not listening. And it's just like, why do I do this? I'm not effectual. I'm not doing this. You are effectual. It's so easy to get caught up in the negative. And when you're in that kind of environment, you need people who are like-minded who also need a boost. So you boost each other up. And I found watching these training videos, I was like, they literally are taking the most innocent of actions and making this big to do about it and making it this horrible thing. And that's just not how it is. Like maybe on paper it is, but in actual life, you need that kind of thing. You need to have connections. You need somebody that's going to come along and be like, hey, hot stuff, what's going on? That's why I use nicknames so much. I don't call people by their names, as a rule. One, I'm horrible with names. You have no idea. You can tell me your name 50 times, and unless it clicks, unless there's an event that goes with it, like a memory attached to it that's impactful, I am not going to remember your name. I'm just not. That's just how it is. And I mean, I've had students where I'm like, oh God, I'm like, I know your name is right there. You look like your brother. And like my brain keeps telling me you're your brother. So, you know, but that's why I give nicknames, because one, it's just easier for me. And two, don't want to just use words to just address somebody. I want to address them and have them receive it in a positive way. I want them to know that I think positively about them. So that's why I say, like, hey, beautiful. Hey, sweetie. Hey, like with the white rabbit, she's got her own special hello, gorgeous, because I like giving her that attention because she's a wonderful woman. And you put her next to the expert, he gets more of the attention because he's more like that, you know, and she's just like, dysentery. Like she's got that underscored kind of humor about her. And I love that. It gets me every freaking time. And so I gave her that hello, gorgeous, because I want her to feel like I see you. I know you're next to him, but I see you. I appreciate you. I think you're great. Danielle said, Mr. Malloy is so funny. Bless you for introducing me to him. Listen, Malloy, he's got a heart of gold. I hate when he gets down. And if like I'll get DMs from somebody like, oh, you know, Malloy's kind of down today. I'm like, I'm heading over. Yeah, and it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I will drop what I'm doing to go over there and make sure he's okay. Because I honestly care about him. I care about his well-being. When people were coming into his chat and starting drama, I was like, I'm out. I was like, because I don't want to bring that to his doorstep. I was like, I'll take a break. If anything, you know, if I see he's really down and nobody's picking him up, I'll go in. But I stayed away because I didn't want him to have to deal with that. You know, I want to keep him as stress-free as possible. I worry about his health. He's a genuinely great guy. And it's funny to me that he's one way on camera, and then like as soon as it's, you know, just you and him, he's super serious. I mean, when I was in the hospital, he texted me. He didn't DM me. He texted my phone and was like, you know, thinking of you and I'm praying for you and I hope you know, get better. And I cried because I didn't expect it. And he was just so sweet and it was so unexpectedly sweet. And it really hit my heart hard. So I have a real soft spot for Malloy. And I always call him Mr. Malloy. Very rarely will you ever catch me calling him Mike or Michael. Because it's a respect thing, you know. He is much older than me, you know, and I don't want to treat him like some Joe Schmo that's my age or younger than me. You know, he's been through it. He's done so much in his life. When I hear his stories, and he's got a story for everything, and it's just like, yes, oh my God, yes, tell me more stories. And he plays around. He confuses me and Vicky T all the time, and he does it on purpose. And it's just like we laugh. Lady Awesome, my go-to when I was working with kids is saying, hey, what's your face called? See, here we tell them to fix their face. We're not supposed to. But, fix your face, fix your face. This morning when Winning was telling me, oh, you know, all I'm hearing is excuses and, you know, you're supposed to be, and I was like, yeah, all correct. And basically like, I don't like your tone, but because I took it personal, because it was meant to be personal. It was meant to have an impact, and it did. It landed hard, and I was like, all right, yeah, I'm slacking. Like it's so easy to put my stuff on the back burner. It's so easy. Rabbit, I always call him Mr. Malloy out of respect. He's my age. He's your age, but like, I don't know. It's a thing. I don't know. Like, I don't call you Ms. Rabbit, but like I say rabbit with reverence. I do. Like, I don't think of you as just like this little itty bitty, like you are the rabbit. Like we have the white rabbit. You are like the rabbit. Your head rabbit. Your queen rabbit. You know, we love you. We do. I do. So, to move on to what I wanted to talk about today, I actually wrote something out. So let me just read that, because, you know, sometimes I'm better if I have a script. So I was thinking about, you know, like the holidays coming up and everything else. And I said, the holidays are upon us, and with that comes peace, stress, joy, tears, appreciation, and envy. It all depends on your focus and your ability to let things go, your ability to go beyond the immediate emotions and reactions within, to make peace with your past, and to leave your you leave unfinished business with others to a higher power. It may go against everything you want to do, but by descending into like that bitterness and the pettiness, what you're actually doing is you're doing a disservice to yourself. When you're strong in your decisions that are, they're made with peace and happiness in mind rather than with decisions that you made like in the moment in the pursuit of like getting even with somebody or like avenging somebody for wrongs you feel they've done to you. When you pursue that vengeance, it perpetuates the problem, I feel. I mean, that's my opinion. And I feel like it leaves you like conflicted and you're like always in turmoil and you're always feeling that pain over and over and that anger over and over. Instead of letting it simmer, you're keeping it at a constant boil, or you're always bringing it back to a boil, which that doesn't do you any good. I don't have that type of desire to fight anymore. There's so many things out there that are worth my energy and worth the fight, and I just don't feel like that pettiness is part of it. Like I would rather fight on a bigger scale than one-on-one. Like I've said it before, if you need to have an argument with me, if you need to push your point and you won't listen to me, and you won't take in anything I say and you get petty about it, fuck it, you win. You won the argument. Bye. Like I'm done talking about it. I'm done looking at it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Because that's not where I want my head to be. I want to be in a more positive place. I want to be in a place of growth and of happiness and of acceptance and joy and just not being judgmental and not having to always be on my guard. And I feel like if I fight, somebody's always got to fight back. And it becomes this back and forth thing. And I just don't need that kind of interaction. I want positive back and forth. I don't want negative back and forth. Like contempt and anger, they breed more contempt and anger. So, and the same can be said, for forgiveness and love. So, which one do you want in your life? Do you want to constantly keep the anger wheel going round and round and round? Or would you rather get on like the Ferris wheel of joy? Like get on that one. Although you know how I feel about Ferris wheels. The carousel. There we go. We'll get on the carousel of joy. The carefree carousel. And it's not something that you have to worry about then, because you don't have to always have a wall up because you're not worried about what hits are coming your way. Granted, my way, when I do get the hits, they tend to knock me off my feet because I didn't see them coming, because I wasn't in that mindset. I'm just going along like doing my day. But I would rather be like, okay, we shake hands and just walk away from one another with no animosity and no further backstabbing or back talking or whatever. When we see each other, like just be cordial, be polite, maybe even joke around a little bit. But I don't want an in-depth connection, but I don't want a negative connection either. And I feel like when you fight with somebody, you keep that connection going and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger, but in the worst ways. So like when you hold on to pain, I mean, who really does it hurt? I mean, does it hurt them? I mean, rarely it hurts the person who hurt you, the offender. So it kind of keeps you trapped in this victimhood and you can't get out. It weakens you. It projects itself in everything that you do and say, and you inflict that on the people around you. And I don't want to feed into that type of negative energy. We spread the bad and we spread the good. And, when you spread the bad, I feel like all that good stuff, it's unattainable. It's kept just out of reach. Like no matter what you do, you're always tainted with that darkness. There's always that that darkness looming over you. So you just can't fully enjoy the good parts in life because something in your brain is always going back to, oh, well, you know, they did this to me. Like if the more you hold on to it, the more it corrodes you as a person. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to always think of somebody and feel nothing but pain. You know, I'd rather just say, you know what, this is what happened. This is how I feel about it. I don't think you were right. I just don't want to have time with you on this earth anymore. Like, I don't want to share my space with you. You need to like go away and just have a good life, but just leave me alone. And that's where I'm at. And it's not really received well by a lot of people. Because they want me to fight. They want me to say things, whatever. And I just don't want to. You know, if they want to, that's on them. But then if it has to do with me, then I get dragged into it. And it's now I really don't want to be in the fight because now I'm reluctantly in this fight. So it's doubly draining because now I have to push myself to do something, you know, like that. Danielle, he knows you got his back. I hope so. Rabbit, I'm not really a queen. I'm just a grandmother. Girl, you're a queen if we say you're a queen. Lady, awesome. You're our queen. You're our queen of Kansas. And there you have the facts of life. The facts of life. My apology. You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. Don't ever apologize for that. I've been saying for over 25 years, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. I mean, it's true, but I feel better when I just disengage and I just don't care about it anymore. I'm just like, you know what? You have your opinions. If you want to come at me, go right ahead. You know, come at me all you want. It doesn't affect me anymore because you no longer matter to me. What you say doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. And when I get to that point, you're fucked because I just will never blink in your direction. Nothing you do or say would have an effect on me or get my attention. Might get other people's attention. And then they bring it to me and I'm like, so? I'm like, they're a dick. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, well, don't you want it? No, really no. I'm not giving that legs. I'm not giving it any more airtime. I'm not doing anything. And that's only been like the last year, I'd say, even like maybe the last half year. Which is ironic because like Winning's always like, no, you know, you gotta stand up for yourself. And I'm like, part of me is like, okay, I would because that's who I was, but that's not really who I am. And the ironic part is he's the one that made me able to be like, all right, you know, just let it go. Just, you know what? This does not deserve my energy. And I can just move on to something that makes me happy or to making somebody else happy, you know, or to being there for somebody. So it's like, okay, you want me to fight, but you taught me how not to. So it's like, it's kind of like, you know, damn it, I created a monster because she's not a monster anymore. Like, I mean, believe me, it's still there. You push that button, I feel bad for you. Like, you can come after me all you want. Don't go after the people I love because I will come at you full force. I will just never stop. And I will be completely ruthless about it. I really don't care. But when it comes to me, I don't care. Like, the people in my life are important to me and they're not going to do that to me. And I know that. I have been able to construct this environment where I feel safe and I feel cared for and I feel appreciated and respected and loved. And I didn't have that before. So the mindset that goes with that is so radically different. It's very hard for me to slip back into the old persona of, you know, bite first, ask questions later. You know, that's not me. I'm not that, you know, like that, like constantly coming at you. and like trying to break you down just because I can. You know, I don't want to be the one to be like, I'm going to destroy you before you destroy me. Now, I don't go into relationships or I don't go into situations where there's somebody there who has a desire to destroy me. I I don't avoid it. I reject it. And there's a difference in my mind because I'm not running away from it. I'm not afraid of it. I just refuse to partake in it. So there's a difference. And again, that's consent. I will not give my consent to somebody who wants to break me down. I will not give them consent to have an effect on me. You don't matter to me, so your words don't matter to me. You could take your words, they're just sounds, and shove them right up your ass. Oh yes, Rabbit, for deep restful sleep. Lady Awesome's videos. I do. I love the thunder one. I do. Lady Awesome. Hate is still too much passion attached to be the opposite of love. I mean, absolutely. I think love and hate are they're just two sides of the same coin. You know, one is dark and one is light, but it's still powerful. It's still impactful. It still has the ability to change a person. When you have that indifference, it's like having Teflon for skin. Like nothing sticks. Everything just slides right off your back like water off a duck. Like you're just like, oh, you worked really hard on that insult. Good job. People hate that. When you take the power out of their words, they get resentful. They're just like, well, you know what? I'm like, oh, that was your big card. You're cute. Like, is it really? It don't bother me anymore. And it surprises people. They're like, aren't you mad? No, does it bother me a little bit? Yeah, of course it does, because nobody wants to be the target of somebody else's venom. But it's up to you if you're going to let that venom sink in or if you're going to be like, brush that shit off. Like whatever. Nice try. Didn't quite penetrate the skin though. Darth Hideous. She low-key mad. I mean, you could be mad, but why feed people that? Why let them know? Don't let her fool you. No, I'm in a good place. I am in a very good place. I'm in a very forgiving place. And that's the whole thing. Like when I think about the holidays, yesterday we watched Winning and I, we had our old school watch party and we watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. And as soon as I heard that outside the door of the relatives arguing with one another, I started to feel anxiety because I was like, oh my God. And I think I even said out loud, oh my God, I'm having flashbacks because I haven't had to deal with my family like that in so many years. And when I did, it was so hurtful and so anxiety inducing. It was so stressful and everything that it would destroy me the entire time they were there. If I could crawl into like a ball inside myself and just disassociate completely, I did. And they'd be talking to me, I'd be like, whatever. And he said, it doesn't help you showing your hand and showing that people have gotten to you. That's the thing though. Like a lot of things, they can get to me, but I got to let them go. I can't be unaffected. I don't think anybody can be completely unaffected, but I think you have a choice. Like we were talking about consent. I think you can consent to allowing them inside your head and to rent space there. Or you can say, no, I don't want you in my life. I don't want you in my head. And I have to walk away. Yeah, you have a choice. Fix your face. Well, that's the thing. I mean, my face is very expressive. So, I mean, even if I'm trying to, like, like take you seriously or whatever, you're going to see on my face mainly what my face displays is disbelief. Like, if you could have a face that said, yeah, you're a fucking idiot, like, that's my face. Like, that's what my face is almost always saying. Like, you're so full of shit. Like, I literally have I call bullshit face. Like that, and that's what it's always going to say to you. Like, especially if I'm not talking. It's amazing when I'm face to face with people and I don't talk. I always look like I don't believe them, whether I believe them or not. And it's hilarious to me because they're always trying to like rush and keep up and provide more facts and more information. And I'm like, bro, I literally know your whole life story. I've known you 10 minutes. What is your malfunction? I don't get it. What is your childhood trauma? Oh, we're getting to that? Okay, cool. Like, and that's how it is. I watch National Lampoon's Vacation every Christmas. Good movie. We were hysterical through the whole damn thing. But it reminded me of my family holidays. And it really started me thinking, and I couldn't get it out of my head. And I went to bed thinking about it. I even dreamed about it. And it was just holidays for me were horrible. They were horrible. There were always insults and like, belittling and just, they were so toxic and abusive. Even the fun parts they had to ruin for me. And yes, Darth Hideous, 48 Laws of Power. Check him out. He does it. Do you have a set schedule for that, Darth? Or do you just do it when you have something to say? I don't know if you do it like every other day, every day, or like twice a week. But throw your schedule up there so that people know when to go see you. I jumped in the other day and it was very interesting. You always keep it interesting. Lady Awesome said, my oldest daughter has the best resting bitch face. She gets it from her mom. Darth Hideous does the Laws of Power Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. and Friday at 12 p.m. all Eastern Standard Time, which is the good time. Goddard's Pub. Hi, honey. I was going to say happy Friday. Happy Monday. See, I'm already done with this week. I already said fuck this week. I'm so over it. So over it. But one of the things like yesterday with I'm going to skip to that Century Yourself that we watched, that Winning and I watched. And they were talking about like all the propaganda that goes out and how they sell false images and they create things. And I was thinking of, FDR did it to get us into a war. Like he did it through fear. He knew how to manipulate the people and everything. And he got us to go into a war that, all right, granted, they did bomb Pearl Harbor. But I honestly think that could have been avoided. I think they knew about that in advance, and they knew that was going to be the catalyst and the jumping off point for them getting America behind the government to go to war, because we are a vengeful crew. We're like, oh, right, you hit me, got to hit you back. And they know that. They know that's our trigger. So to do that, something would have to happen. The same way, when we had the Patriot Act, we gave away how many rights? Do you see us getting those rights back? No. Once they take them, they're theirs. They're no longer ours. We can claim we have those rights. We don't. It's a complete illusion. And FDR did it with like the Pearl Harbor thing, and he manipulated us into being like, yeah, we're going to war and da-da-da-da. 9/11 did it with we're going to attack and we're going to get even. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, it's fine. Here, listen in so that you can tell if there are, like any plots being hatched or whatever. Meanwhile, they're listening to us as well. And I think now the way they're getting to us now is through the social media, and the propaganda is the happy family. the happy single person, the happy trans, like all these different agendas that they're pushing. What they're doing is they're going, oh, look at this, look at that. Don't you want to be happy like this? Because they know we're not happy. They separated us. They isolated us. So many people are sick. They have mental health issues. They have physical issues. It's really hard to make connections when you're telling people you can't go, within 6 feet of one another for so long, because we had that whole protocol for the longest time. So it gets really hard to connect with people. So what do they tell you? They're like, oh, look at this person. Look, 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 look. If you go and do this, you'll be happy. Oh, you're not happy? Well, maybe you're the wrong gender. Here, go change your gender. That's fine. We support you. Like, look at everybody being happy out there. Don't you want to be happy? Look at these girls. They could buy anything. How are they buying everything? Oh, they're using other people and they're selling their ass or whatever. And part of the movie last night, they had talked about cigarettes, women smoking cigarettes, how they pushed it by calling them torches of freedom, because who doesn't want to be free, right? So you're projecting this image that you're now this, you're this strong woman. You have this, torch of freedom, just like the Statue of Liberty, because that's ingrained in your brain as like this huge bastion of goodness and, like strength and truth and, like acceptance and all of that. And then they go and give you the cigarette that brings back that kind of a memory, that kind of a feeling. So now you have that connection, that bridge. So now you're like, oh, I'm going to smoke because I'm going to be free. Yeah, you're going to be free in an iron lung, like whatever. But that's what they did. And I'm looking at this woman and they switched from cigarettes to clothing and she's surrounded by men. And they're like, why do you like the miniskirts? And she's like, oh, just to, just shows more. And I couldn't get it out of my head because it's like when we didn't realize that, we had voices, women spoke through their husbands. They spoke through, their fathers, whatever, they gave their opinion, but they didn't shout it from the rooftops. And then they got the vote. And I know what Darth is going to say about the vote. And yes, the vote is a good thing. I'm not going to say it's not, but they started pushing the agenda that you have a voice, you need to be heard. You have a voice, you need to be heard. That's why they pushed for us to, to push for suffrage and whatever, which I find that name very ironic and punny. He said literally the worst idea ever. He said bad women speaking. Well, here's my thing. I think because they brought that concept to women and they pushed it so hard, have a voice, have a voice, have a voice, women didn't feel like they did. So how does a woman know back then? I'm talking, how would they know how to stand out and have attention drawn to them? Well, you do something that nobody else is doing. You show a little you show a little flesh. But back then it was you show an ankle. And it's like, ooh, like you were a fallen woman. You showed your ankle, but you got attention. And so when they wanted to start like speaking out, the flapper dresses came in and they were slinky and they were, strappy and, they were glitzy and they made noise and they were eye catching. But now you saw calves and knees and, you saw shoulders and arms and, like clavicles. And then, they got lower and lower because that's what you do. The less heard you feel, the more you show. And it was like, okay, you're going to notice me no matter what. So if you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to do something to catch your eye and then I'll catch your ear. The problem is once you engage that whole sexual aspect of it, you lose the credibility. They don't listen to you because they don't take you seriously because now you're no longer a respectable looking woman because you're flashing all this flesh. So we were thinking, and this is just my opinion, I think they were thinking at the time, nobody's listening to me, but if I do this, I'm going to get my voice heard because all eyes are going to be on me. When in fact, they actually stopped listening to us because they were like, oh, look at her. She's flashing this. She's flashing that. It actually worked against us. And so like when I see girls that like go out and they're flashing this, they're flashing that, my first, and I'm guilty of it. I am. My first thought is this bimbo, because I don't think there's anything to them. I don't think there's anything in their head worthwhile. That's why they're flashing so much skin. And I've done this to myself. I've done the whole, like Dog and Pony show. I had this whole conversation where I'll go on panels and I do the, the shtick that I do. And it's, like the hypersexualization and whatever, and the vulgarity. And I can go there in a heartbeat because that is part of my personality, but it's not all of my personality. It's not all that I have to offer. And when I put that forward, I feel like nothing else I do really matters. Like if I got on here and all I talked about was like dick jokes and whatever, I mean, if that's all I talked about, why would you listen to anything else I had to say? Why would you take me seriously? So I had to pull back from that and say, you know what? Yeah, I can still make the jokes, but it can't be all I've got. That's why we do topics on this show, because then it gives me something to talk about. I'm not just defaulting to that part of my personality. Why do people listen to Chrissy Meyer or Simcast? No, see, people tune into her, but do they listen? I mean, really? There's a difference. I could have a huge audience if I just threw my tits up on screen and been like, here you go. But what am I doing for the world? What am I giving out? Nothing. I am literally shooting myself in the foot every time I do something like that, because nobody's going to take me seriously. What, 1 out of 10? 1 out of 20? And I'm being generous here? You're looking for characteristics that largely don't exist. There isn't anything to them. You just didn't see this. Wait, I'm going backwards. I'm pulling an expert and I can't. I got to start at the beginning. I'm so sorry. Rabbit, gotta go. Meds kicked in. Oh, good night, honey. Have a good nap. I love you so much. I hope you feel better. Lady Awesome Sky listening, but washing dishes. So be back in chat soon. Okay, babe. You be careful with those dishes. It never fails. If I break a dish, I will inevitably like get a horrible like cut in my hand from the dish. I rarely break a dish, but I have this thing of like I always stab myself with the knives, because my kids throw the knives in the water that I'm soaking dishes in and don't tell me. So when I go to like grab the dish, I'm like, because I get a knife through the hand. It's like, oh, thanks for letting me know you threw a steak knife in there. You haven't eaten anything that needed one, but good job. I don't mind it, but I have like a dozen butter knives that have no, like, they're just for spreading butter and stuff like that. They can use those. Why use a steak knife? Oh, I turtled. I squirreled. I can't talk today. They allegedly bombed Pearl Harbor, like they allegedly did 9/11 and not Bush. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's so much, so much crap that could have been avoided or, was manufactured or whatever to elicit a certain response from us. Nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution. You're not wrong. Where's the lie? Everything is social conditioning. Everything. I saw a meme of the Statue of Liberty in a COVID mask. It was a very powerful image for some reason. Yeah, it is. All of that is. And I mean, they know what they're doing. These people get paid huge friggin' salaries to psychologically, manipulate us into doing what they want. And the thing is, the more we talk about it, the smarter we get. Hopefully, the more we can resist something like that. but it takes a lot of balls. Like Winning was on here before saying it takes a lot of balls to not give your consent, because then you have to suffer the consequences, because they get mad and they try to force it on you. Like if you don't give in willingly, they're like, well, you're going to give in one way or another. And you got to fight it. No matter the resistance you have to go up against, you got to fight it, because once that right is taken, once that power goes to them, it's so difficult to get it back, like across the board. Individually, maybe you can stand up and be like, no, absolutely not. But that's on a case by case basis. We're talking about like national problems and global problems that we need to be like, no, this is unacceptable. Those are harder to change, but I think we can do it if we educate ourselves, if we stand constant. You can't be afraid of taking your power back. You just can't. You have to do and protect yourself and the ones you love by any means necessary. And those means might not always be pretty. They're not going to be easy. They're not going to give that shit back. They worked way too hard to take it. There were so many, we're talking not things that they just think of and go, oh, you know what, tomorrow we're going to do this. They plan this shit out over decades, generation to generation. That's what he talks about when he talks about like these generational problems, because they created them 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago with just like a drop in the ocean. And all of a sudden now we're in the ocean. Like that's how they do it. It's all laid out. It's just, we can't always see it. When you can see it, I think it's your personal responsibility to put as many kinks in their plan as you can, and to stop it by whatever means you're able to. And I mean, that's the mindset that I'm in. That's why I don't have energy to go toward bullshit, petty, personal crap, because I'm more worried about like my kids' future. I got to make sure once I'm gone, I need to know they're going to be, able to stand on their feet. I need to know that they're not going to be in a world where, all these things are being pushed on them. I need to know that they have strong enough minds to go, no, that's bullshit, and call it out. I don't want them to be as naive as I was setting out in this world, because I started out so naive. I mean, I'm still very naive when it comes to a lot of things. Like I'll be sitting there and all of a sudden I'm just like, oh my God, because the puzzle piece will click into place. And then suddenly I have a whole new outlook on things. Like the picture radically changed right in front of me. And it's like, what? It's like a picture within a picture, like that hidden picture thing. It's like, why didn't I see that before? And now no matter what angle I look at it from, I always see it. Because once you're aware, you can't become unaware. And it should be something that bothers you. Why do piss? I read that. People are retards. Gutters Pub, you're giving out boobies? No, that's not really my thing. But I mean, I have given out boobies, and I'm sure that the people out there that have them enjoyed them thoroughly. But yeah, no, there's no need for me to give out my boobies. There's enough boobies out there. Boobies, feet, butt pics, whatever. It's all out there. Some people have ear fetishes. I don't know. What? It's all out there, I'm sure. Just not mine. And we didn't win our independence from Britain by complying our way to freedom. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let that never be forgotten. I've been a red pill warrior for a very long time. I'm kind of drained at this point and feeling very black pillar these days. Aw. Yeah, that's the problem with the red pill, is you can't fucking untake it. Yeah, and that's the thing. But you know what? I making decisions, knowing what I know now, is a lot harder than it was sometimes, because there's a lot more internal conflict. Because I'm like, oh, it would be so easy to just do this. But then there's that voice in my head that sounds surprisingly like winning, saying, you know better. Like, you know what's going on. You know what's really going on here. Like, are you really going to take the easy way out? Are you really going to do that? Like, come on. Like, you're made of tougher stuff than that. Like, where's your jersey at today? Like, where's the jersey that I need? Like, bring that shit out and go do this. Make the right decision. And it does. It's a huge conflict for me. But at the end of the day, I'm more at peace with my decisions than I was before. Like, there are certain things where I, like, for the government, like different things that they used to send me, and I would stress over filling out these, forms and da-da-da. And the last couple of times that they did it to me, I had such anxiety that I didn't touch them. And they called me and they were like, well, we need you to fill out whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna. What? I'm not gonna. Well, we need you to. No, see, we've been dealing with each other for 20 years. Since 22 years since Katie's like 6. No. Like, you have all her information, but you're a fucking lazy ass. You want me to keep jumping through all these hoops. No, go get her file. You look the shit up that you need to look up, because I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it again. Nothing is different. Nothing is different. We went through this last year. I'm not doing it again. Well, you have to. No, I don't. And guess what? I didn't do it, and nothing happened. The ceiling didn't fall in. She didn't lose anything. Nothing happened. So I realized that a lot of what they tell you have to. No, I fucking don't. Show me where I have to. Where does it say I have to? Where did I give my consent? Where did I sign off that I have to jump through all these flaming fucking hoops for you? It took me a really long time to get to that place, because I was always afraid of stepping out of line. You have to, because that was the way I was raised. Just do what they tell you and keep your head down. And I mean, I understand why I was taught that way, because Italians, in my neck of the woods at least, were all seen as, oh, they could be possible mafiosos, whatever. Nobody wanted anybody looking in their backyard, because you could get pinned with things that you had nothing to do with. So it was a survival thing for my group, at least. Keep your head down and shut your mouth. Just do as you're told, and nobody's going to, mess with you. Because we were used to being messed with. We've had the FBI raids. I've been questioned by the fucking FBI. I've had a bit. No, I don't know that person. No, I don't know what they're doing. No, I don't know what goes on. And I didn't. That was the whole thing. I couldn't lie about it, because I didn't fucking know about it. That was the, plausible deniability. I had all of that because they didn't talk about it. And they were like, nobody's going to bother you if you just do what you're supposed to do. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, and just go along, go with the flow. I am an uninformed. I sat there. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I really have no idea. Just sit there crying. Stop asking me questions. I don't know what you're talking about. And I really didn't. And it's just like, ugh. But I mean, they don't care. They will grill you whether you're involved or not. And it's funny to me that I grew up being told, just go along, just go along, just go along. And now I'm at a place where I'm like, no, I'm not going to go along. I'm not just going to do what you tell me to do, because who the fuck are you? You work for me. You're supposed to be up there working for all of us. When did we become your servants? We vote for you so that you do things for us. And somebody is in breach of contract, and it's not us. Somebody's committing crimes. It's not us. Somebody is a fucking liar, and it's not us. But yet, if we do lie, you want to bring the entire force of the fucking, judicial system down on our heads. Stop. And if you can't, you'll make it up. And it bothers me that so much of that is out there. And I mean, we went way off topic for the whole piece on Earth, so I guess I'll be changing the topic later. But I mean, well, we did talk about it, but not for very long. It's just, it surprises me the difference a year can make. It surprises me the difference 6 months can make, because you can once you, not to take his term, but once you have that veil pulled back, once you see behind the curtain, you can't unsee it, and it starts a domino effect where you're just like, oh, holy shit. And you want to dig deeper. You want to know more, even though you know it's going to rock your world and change everything about you. It's going to change how you think. It's going to change how you make decisions, how you pay bills, how you buy things. It's going to change, your food. It's going to change your, medicine intake, your pharmaceutical intake. It's going to change how you see everything and how you approach everything. I am so skeptical. Darth, it'll make you buy guns. No lie. I want to have one. I do. I don't think I can have one here because we are locked in here like we're in a cage. But once I move, then I want to, I want to be good about it, though. I want to be responsible about it. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm just going to buy a gun. No, I need to, figure out what works for me. I need to learn how to shoot again. I used to know how to shoot, but that was 25 years ago, 30 years ago. 47. No, I'm good. No, if there's one thing, I had a lot of, what can I say? Skill at it was aim. So I was a quick shot. Like I could aim quickly, and that was not a problem. So I'm hoping that I've retained that skill. I don't know with the tremors, like I don't know how good of a shot I'll be, but one thing my father, daddy, actually always taught me, he was like, just remember, don't ever go for small parts. Go for the biggest part you can hit. That's what you aim for. He's like, even if you don't take them out, you'll take them down. It'll give you the protection you need, the time you need. But yeah, I think it's my right to do that. And it's a right that I'd like to exercise. Especially since they are so adamant on trying to take that away. It's like, no, center mass. You always go for the biggest part of the target. Like that's just, and don't worry about, efficiency. Just hit it. No matter what, like you're gonna make somebody slow down if you hit them. So it's just like, that's what you aim for, because it was never about attack. It was always about protection. So you just need to be able to protect who you're with or yourself and get away. So just slow them down or drop them. That's all you want to do. You just want time. That's what you're shooting for. You're shooting for time. And I mean, he wasn't wrong, but I still want to be more efficient. I need that whole refresher course, and I'm just going to have to start at like from scratch. Cut his pub, just get it and start practicing. Remember, you only need a little muscle memory. The rest will come when needed. Well, that's what I've been told by a retired cop buddy. Yeah, the cops that I know, they're like, you'll be fine. They're like, don't worry about it. The only thing, that they tell me to worry about is the kickback because of my joints. They're like, you don't want to be feeling that for days and days and days every time you go practice, because then you won't want to practice. So just get something that's compatible with your strength capabilities at the time. And I mean, they're not wrong, but they, like the couple, I know a lot of cops, but they're like, you'll be fine. They're like, it helps. Believe it or not, they're like the trooper that I talked to. She's like, you were dead aim when you were a pitcher. She was like, that helps. She was like, cause you know how to focus, and like, your body already knows how to direct, like, the different angles and everything else. So Yeah, she's like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Because I do worry. I don't like to be bad at anything. I like to be good at everything. And it's like, oh, I don't want to try something new because it's new. After this many decades, it's new to me. I have no real memory of what it was like. I remember having fun. I remember being decent, pretty good at it, but it's been so much time, it's going to be brand new. And, even the weaponry is new. They had me using a friggin' Saturday Night Special. Like that's what I was using, like a little 6-shooter. But yeah, no, like there's things that I am fundamentally different now than I was just a couple months ago. I have a totally different way of thinking and approaching things and how I make decisions. I have, I have that naivete that I always had because so much of my life I look at things and I'm just like, no, they wouldn't do that with it, because I really don't like to believe that the world is as evil as it is. I really don't. I don't want to wake up every day thinking, shit, they're going to fuck us over again today. Like, I want to wake up and think that people are out there wanting good for you. And that's what I surround myself with. I surround myself with people who have good intentions. Granted, good intentions don't always work out so well, but I'm willing to take that chance. I'm willing to give them the benefit of that. And I have faith enough in myself that I know I can rebound from it, no matter what they throw at me. So that's me. That's a pretty thought. Naive as it gets, but pretty. Well, I mean, I don't want to be that bitter person. I don't want to be negative all the time. I don't want to be mean. That's not my natural state of being. My natural state of being is helping people. If you ask me for something, I do it. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll help you, no problem. Because it doesn't bother me to give my time and give my efforts. If somebody wants me to think something through with them, yeah, no problem. Let's sit and think about it. I don't care if it takes hours or days, because I think it's worth it to help somebody out, because it takes a lot to ask for help. It really does. You have to swallow, if you're like me, you have to swallow a lot of pride to ask for somebody else's help, because I don't take assistance well. I told you guys, that Winning did that new intro for me. And I'll be honest, I cried the whole time. I had to mute myself because I was crying because it was so sweet. And it was such a nice thing to do for me. And I'm not used to people being nice. See? And it shouldn't be that way. I don't want anybody to feel like they don't deserve nice things to happen to them. I don't want anybody to think, oh, well, they did this for me, they must want something from me. See, he did that. That one of the first things I thought was, he did that for me. Not to get something from me. Not to, be able to say, oh, I did your intro, so now you owe me. None of that occurred to me. Where that would have been, I know, Gutter, I'm so sorry. I know, I'm crying. Whatever. It's not a Shelly show if I don't cry. I'm just an emotional girl. What can I say? But I'm very heartfelt. Everything. I face everything with a sincerity that most people would not assume of me. I don't do flippant. I may pretend I do, but I don't. I don't just go, oh yeah, whatever. Dismissiveness is not in my nature. If I dismiss you, it means that you mean less than dog shit to me. Honestly. I just that's where you're at. Darth, I do flipping off. I mean, I'll tell you to go fuck yourself, no problem. But no, like when somebody has an issue and they're like, oh, I'm telling you all this and I don't want to bother you. You're not bothering me. I'm taking it in and I'm giving it the seriousness and the time that it deserves. Because people deserve your time. If they need something, it takes a lot. And I'm not going to just turn my head away and be like, you know what, I got something better to do. I don't. Even if I have something more pressing, it's not more important. I will make time for you. I will sit down and I will deal with your stuff with you. Because I know what it takes to say, hey, I'm vulnerable. I feel a certain type of way. And I don't know what to do about it. And I will give it the consideration, the thought, and the weight that it deserves. You don't know what law you're on tonight? I mean, that would be a good thing to know, don't you think? But yeah, no, I've always been used to people doing something for me and I automatically go, oh, that was really nice. What do you want? Because there's always a catch. Always. There's always some hook in there and you're only doing this like 5% nice thing to get 95% of something out of me. Like that's how that calculation, that's how that adds up for me. And that wasn't the case. He made that for me. And even like the words in it, he had to think of the prompts. So I knew that all those words came from him. And the impact of that there was nothing that I had to give back to get that or to deserve that. It floored me. It still floors me. So yeah, that was a huge thing for me. And I want other people to experience things like that. I want people to think they deserve good things without owing anybody. When I do things for people, I don't feel like they owe me. Now, if we go into like some sort of like, how do I put this? Agreement where say, oh, I don't know, I like lend you something. And you have to like, return that. Fucking return it. Because otherwise I'll make sure everybody knows that you're, that you're a welcher. That you can't be counted on, that you're a crook, that you're a fraud. I'll make sure. But for the most part, like, I don't like having anybody owe me for anything that I do. That's not what I put out there. If I'm giving my time, I don't necessarily think that you owe me that time back. Like, I don't think that if I have an issue that I can go to you and you have to listen to me. That's not how it's supposed to be. That's not being generous with yourself, or that's not being selfless. That's being transactional. And there's so much in this world that's transactional. I don't need that to be, for that to be one of them. I just don't. I'm trying to like, I keep thinking about like the flesh thing. I feel like the more people feel unseen or unheard, the more outlandish they get, which is why we are where we are. The fleshlight. No, I'm talking about like, the whole mini skirt and whatever, why we went from being ultra conservative in dress to having like these women walking down with basically just their nipples and bush covered, or where their bush would normally be, and a piece of dental floss going up their ass crack. And we call that an outfit. it's demoralizing. It actually takes away from your credibility. It takes your voice away. But the idea that's sold is that, okay, you're going to get the attention you need. If you do this, we'll give you a platform. Yeah, we'll give you a platform so we can mock you. So you can make other women feel like they are never going to achieve your level of beauty. Why are you beautiful? Who set that standard? Not us. You will never convince me that society created that standard. No. That was created in some think tank somewhere to create a certain result, to get a certain result. And they achieved it. Darth Hideous, I can tell you exactly why you would hate me. Winning said demoralization. Hi, honey. Yep, I agree. Darth Hideous, I'll tell you where this doesn't happen. Islam. Yeah, no. And it doesn't happen in like really conservative circles. It doesn't happen in more religious circles. Like, I wasn't raised to show skin. I mean, they literally dressed me like a freaking little old lady. My grandmother made my clothes. Did I ever feel like I didn't have a voice when it came to like when I had to talk about something? No. My clothes didn't identify me. Showing off my skin didn't identify me. Because I knew that I could think on a different level than most of the bitches that I hung out with, because I look at them and go, God, you're an idiot. Because all they talk about is hair and makeup and, oh, this store and oh, that store and oh, this brand and oh, that brand. And I'm just like, you're wearing more than you're capable of earning. You realize that. So where are you getting it? Like, that's when I started looking like, okay, you're wearing all these like $1,000 friggin' outfits. Where are you getting that money? Oh, you picked a man with that money. So you do. So where'd your feminism go? Because you're like, oh, I'm independent. Look at me. I'm wearing that. You didn't afford it. Who bought that for you? Oh, a man bought that for you. Gee, let's see how that works. That's funny. Yeah, to me, that's hilarious. Listen to me. I have a strong voice. I have my own opinions, but let me wear this. And I'm so successful. I wear this. I wear that. Look at that. How'd you get it? Oh, I got this guy to buy it for me. That's your achievement in life. That's your achievement, that you got a man to buy you something. How does that make you a strong, independent woman? In my eyes, that just makes you a hooker, because they're literally just paying you for just to sit there and just look pretty. And the other things that you do. Why not in Islam? Strong pimp hand. If only it were that sinister, but it's really not. It doesn't happen anywhere where men have authority over women. Winning said it's completely demoralization, and Islam makes that point. They control through religion. They're trying to demoralize their society, the societies that have never been free. And you both have points, because, yeah, I agree. They are very oppressive. They pull them back and whatever. And they do the double takeaway. They take away their ability to dress however they want, but they also take away their ability to speak. So it's like, my whole point is, I think that the way we do it now, they convince women that they have to wear skimpy clothes. They have to look a certain way and dress a certain way and act a certain way to be heard. But then the minute they comply and do that, their voice is meaningless. So to have somebody that's dressed like, like some streetwalker get up in front of you and start spouting political, agendas and whatever to you, you look at them like, yeah, right. Go shopping. Like, shut up, go shopping, or, like, suck my dick or whatever. Like, that's the mindset. They no longer are valued for what's in their head, but what's on what they're showing on the outside. What's inside does not matter. And that is deconstructing a human being to like create something else. You literally are taking away their humanity. You're taking away what makes them a person. And you're just projecting what they look like and what you want from them, how desirable they are to you. Demoralization is part of the process of ideological subversion, something that's been going on here for generations now. That's right. Darth said, stop living in the 90s. Beauty at any size, stop living in the 90s. They never were valued for what's in their head. Well, no, that's not true. They were valued, but they were not valued on a public level. Many, many, many husbands, brothers, fathers, presidents, they valued what their woman had to say. But the thing is, the conversation was had openly with each other privately. You know, they got to work it out. And yes, you, like I said, I don't want to be the mouthpiece. I really don't. I don't need to be the head. I want to be the neck. The neck is supportive and it helps direct the head to where it needs to go, because sometimes there's too much going on inside the head for them to focus. And they need a little, you know, a little directive. And it's like, okay, yeah, I know you want to like look all around and swivel. Let's just look in this direction for a little while, because this is the most pressing, you know, thing that we need to look at. You said you wanted to look at, I'm going to keep you focused here. Like, that's what I want. I don't need to be out there with a picket sign or whatever. That's not my goal. I don't need to say, oh, I'm going to be a feminist and I'm going to take care of you, like all this. And I already do all that. And it's not by choice. Yeah, it's because I have to. You know, there's things I have to do. I didn't want that life. That life got, you know, like that kind of just happened. I made a couple bad decisions and that's where I fucking wound up. But I don't have to live there. I don't have to stay there. And there is value. Women have always been valued for what's between their legs. Actually, they were more valued for what came out from between their legs. That's what the value of women used to be, their ability to create life. Yeah, that's what they did. And they were revered for it. I mean, not everybody, but for the most part, women were revered for their ability to create life, to raise the next generation, you know, and to always keep the families together, you know, to make sure that the husband was, you know, he was fit and he was healthy, he was taking care of himself. He was able to go and provide, you know, he was appreciated for his efforts. You know, his strength was the strength of the family, but he also had her strength for when he didn't feel up to it, for the things that maybe he wasn't as sure about, you know, like maybe he wanted to do something, but didn't really have like the push. Like he needed somebody who was going to support him. That's what she was there for. I always wanted to be the home and hearth. That's what I was raised as. Because when you take care of everything at the core of the family, everybody thrives. You're giving them their best chance to succeed. Who wouldn't want to do that? But somehow they came in and convinced us that you could just hire somebody to do it. Lady Awesome, I tried to point out to my oldest girls, look at Fran from The Nanny. You don't have to show skin to be sexy, fashionable, or turn heads. And you could have a horrible voice. You just have to have heart. You do. You have to have heart and morals, and you have to be able to say, hey, no, we're not doing that. That's not right. You have to be able to call people out. They pretended to. It's called humoring them. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Lady Awesome, you are my alluring if you leave things to people to imaginations. Well, I mean, that used to be a thing, right? You say leave it to the imagination. And that was a thing. It worked. Because men, you said, oh, he was undressing me with his eyes. Well, guess what? That he took the time to go, And it's like, and it built an excitement and anticipation. It just made them want you more. You felt more wanted. You felt more desirable. I remember when I used to feel pretty all the time. And it was just like it didn't matter like if I was having a bad hair day or whatever. I felt attractive all the time. And you were not going to convince me I wasn't. I didn't care. Like, like I had that confidence, but it was never the, oh, I'm the shit. Look at me. And I'm going to shake my ass for you or whatever. If I shook my ass, it was to make you laugh. I mean, that's what I always did it for. I didn't do it to be like, ooh, look, come here. Like when I used to bounce for Marty, my principal, I mean, if he was depressed, I'd be like, Marty, and I'd jump up and down and bounce, and he'd be like, fucking idiot. I'd be like, you in a better mood? Yes. All right, let's go. Let's start the day. It wasn't because it was, oh, look at me. I'm so like, look at me being sexy. I wasn't being sexy. I was a goofball. But it was funny. I mean, I could use my tits to get a laugh. It's whatever. Whatever I had to do to make it a better day. But he also knew if shit hit the fan, oh, I want her on my side because she's going to think of a way out of it. She's going to fight. She's going to stand up. It wasn't about the tits at all. He knew that because he knew me for forever. If somebody was to just meet me and see me do that, they would think I'm a bimbo. They would. They would think I was a bimbo because they'd be judgy. And I have so much more to give than that. That's why I had to move away from that. Castro. So Pete and Castro, both my Jakies. Well, you are correct. That is a woman's inherent value. They're literally the only ones who could do that magic thing. I mean, you heard me the other day. I was talking about, like being pregnant and what an amazing experience. And I almost wish that you guys could understand it, but I think you can't ever, because we can't allow you. You can't go and do the things you have to do if you have that kind of a softness about you. And we've been betraying our softness for so long because people like to say, oh, you're weak. Oh, you're this or you're that. Why am I weak? Because I love the fact that everything about pregnancy was wondrous. Because I absolutely adored that baby that I didn't even meet yet. Completely in love with that baby. Completely. Absolutely head over heels would do anything for it. Didn't even meet it. Which, now that I think about it, explains a lot about my current situation. But, we do a lot. We take a lot on faith, a lot on instinct. And being pregnant is something that men can't understand. And I don't think they're meant to ever, because you have to go out there and be hard when we're not. You have to be tough. You can't have that, oh, my baby kind of thing. You have to be like, no, I'm putting my foot down. I can't do that. I've tried. It blows up in my face every fucking time because it's unnatural for me. It is not natural for me to be like, no, I said this and you're going to do it. Da, da, da. That's just me being bitchy. That's how that comes across. It doesn't come across as me being serious or me, laying down the law. It comes across as, oh, my mother's such a nag, because that's not my role. I'm the one that gives the hugs and the kisses, and I kiss the boo-boos and I make sure everything's okay. And, when you're having a down day, I'm the one that, let me make you something. You want a snack? You do this with me. Come on, let's do this. That's my role. That was the role I was meant for. Do I set the morals? Yes, but I'm supposed to do it by example. I take care of the softer parts in life. I take care of the forgiveness and, the affection and all of that. Not that men can't do that. I thoroughly believe they can, but not the way a woman does. We're supposed to be soft. We're supposed to be more emotional, and which we are, whether we want to admit it or not, but we're supposed to be more emotionally in tune with our families. You know, we're the comfort. We're a different kind of safety. You know, we're protective, yes, but not in the way a man would be. And I think you need both of that. And I think we've been denied that by design. It's been taken from us in so many different ways. Like the whole torches of freedom thing. Like women didn't smoke because it was unseemly. It was uncouth. You know, it was not ladylike. Okay, that's a very old-fashioned way of thinking, but there's nothing wrong to me with being old-fashioned. I like old-fashioned. I like the older ways of doing things. Like it's funny. Like I've had a lot of friends that live down south or whatever in the past, and they grew up down there. Like they're real, like multi-generational Southerners. And I've had conversations where they're like, you know what I miss the most? I miss the gentility of it. I miss men being men and women being women. I don't like that the women are loud and they're, you know, like they're in your face and they're causing fights and they're starting fights and, you know, they're telling, you know, their men off or whatever and acting like they could do everything on their own. But then as soon as something big happens, they run to a man and say, you know, can you help me? And what, I'm supposed to just forget all the shit that you just threw at me and just say, oh yeah, sure, I'll just step up and help you. I guess I'll just be your bitch. Like one of the things that they hated was that whole charm was gone. Like women didn't want to act like women anymore. They wanted to act like men. And the men weren't being men, they were acting like females. I'm not going to say they were acting like women. They were acting feminine. Because I look at that stupid Mulvaney bullshit and it's day 946 of being a girl. You're not a girl, bitch. You're just gay. Like that's who you are. You're just effeminate. And you're not even like our type of effeminate. You are literally embracing stereotypes and making a mockery of women who actually are women. It's a whole thing. Go round and round and round with it. People who want the world depopulated mostly, but people largely accept the agenda. I hate the agenda. Nobody cares about the future. Everyone only cares about getting theirs right now. And the huge swath of humanity that doesn't have a lineage to care about largely don't care about the future for yours. That's very true. People are very selfish. But I don't think that has to be the norm. I don't think that's our natural state. I think we are forced into that by, you know, what they put out there. Jacob Castro, I feel pretty, oh so pretty. But you realize the rest of that song, I feel pretty and witty and gay. Winning reality. Women do plenty for men in the family. Each of the sexes have their natural roles. Yeah, I mean, they do contribute tons. There's tons of different things that each gender can, you know, each sex can do that the other could, but maybe not as naturally or not as efficiently, or it just works better the other way. Jacob Kester, wait, men and women are different? Apparently not when you look in a mirror. I'm kidding. I had to. You swung at me, I swung back. When in reality, humanity does inherently care. I couldn't get it out. It's the demoralization process that makes them not care. Yeah, I mean, it's the whole, I can't anymore. I mean, you hear me say it 1,000 times that I can't. I can't even, because I just can't accept what I'm seeing or hearing. And what they're doing is they're getting that barrage of, you know, you're, if you do this, you're that. If you do all these labels, like the minute you do something, somebody wants to smack a label on you. And it's just like, no, People are fluid. They're always evolving and changing. Emotions go high and low. I think everybody is like a roller coaster. The ride is fun, but some of them, break your neck, and some of them are just completely overdone, out of control. But it's always an up and down. In the end of the day, you always wind up back where you started. And you're just going to continue it over and over and over and over and over until you get off the fucking ride. Like they're going to, I'm trying to get it together in my head, and it's just not happening. I'll get back to it in a minute. Shocker in it. I was told people aren't outright rejecting the program winning. They're in fact largely embracing it. Many are, and more every day. I see some people snapping out of it. I'm still not as optimistic as you are, but we'll see how it breaks. It's the knowledge it's happening that awakens them to do so. Yeah, because you can't unsee. That's what we were talking about. You even said it yourself, Darth. You can't unsee it. If people rejected most post-modernity and mass. Okay. I find atheists usually don't have kids. Pregnancy is a gateway miracle. Stop. Yeah, men be hard. I knew you were going to go there, Gutter. I knew somebody was going to say it as soon as I said it, but I was like, just keep going. I knew one of you was going to jump on that. I'm just aware of what's going on and how things play out. Not saying we aren't up against the wall right now in time. Most people are just sheep going along to get along. The wolves must lead now. Well, more accurately, birth as the miracle. Class observation. I'm just reading off the chat because, Lord, I'm so fucking behind. Class observation, Castro, but that's why some people who wanted to destroy the family and community also wanted to destroy God. Of course, because they go hand in hand. One, supports the other. Pink Floyd album, Animals, Dogs, Sheep, Pigs. Nice, Castro. And replace God with government or media idols. I mean, that's what they've been doing. Why does anybody listen to a goddamn celebrity? These are people who learned their education in a trailer in between takes. Stop it. Most of them didn't finish school. Most of them barely know they can point out their home state on a friggin' map. They're literally cotton-headed buffoons, most of them. It's rare you have somebody who's highly educated or really into knowing what's going on. And that's mostly the older generations. The new ones, they're so friggin' empty-headed, it's ridiculous. They can tell you every goddamn boutique probably on Rodeo Drive or whatever, but name the last 6 presidents, betcha they couldn't. Or whatever whatever false items they worship. Yep. Winning said the wolves will devour if you let them. Again, demoralization allows that to happen. Awareness and knowledge eventually changes that in time. Castro, the sheep attack the dogs because they see them attacking other sheep, not realizing those aren't sheep, but wolves in sheep's clothing. Well, that's the thing. Once they adopt an agenda, they will just go at it whole hog, whether they're right or wrong. Even if you prove them wrong, they just won't give it up. Won't give it up. And you got to keep fighting them. You got to keep pushing back because it becomes a game of who's going to give in first. And we have, statistically speaking, if you're looking at history, we've given in so many times and we just can't. We absolutely can't. We need to have the 1776 mindset. We need to have a, Civil War mindset. We need to have all of that where I'm going to stand up for what I believe in and that's it. All right, maybe not Civil War, but definitely the 1776 mindset. I mean, that's what we need to return back to. We need to go back to saying, no, you don't get to do all this to us. This is our country. It's not your country. It's our country. You work for us. Darth Hideous, I used to be meek. Then some letters got changed. Now I'm mean. X to that. I think you always had the mean in you. Nobody just wakes up one day mean. I mean, it's something you learn. And I don't think it's like you were born mean. I think you picked it up. You know, people modeled that behavior and you picked it up. That's how I learned it. Darth Hideous. I mean, 8 billion people on the planet, 0 of them born to men to date. So there's that. Yep. Don't be label phobic. I hate labels. I really do. Cheers, y'all. All right, have a good one. Wolfie. Hi, honey. Winning later, Darth. Darth, yes. This shit would end tomorrow. The Prollies don't know how much power they have. Hope you catch the 1984 reference. Proletariat. Oh, I'm not leaving. I'm just cheesing because it's the Oh, yeah. See, I'm not really a big partaker lately. Winning reality. We stopped that shit when we left the swamp, pretty much. I do it if I get really, really anxious or my pain threshold is just not having it that day. I am not comfortable today. And I keep, I'm trying to move my chair and I keep I'm sitting on a pillow and I keep sliding off the pillow every time I lean forward to talk. It's because my feet don't reach the floor all the time. Well, I was the one who started that shit. It was stolen from me. So technically it was a tradition of Devon mine. There you go. I know, because you have chronic tardiness. I remember that. Jacob said celebrity worship. I mean, do as you please. That's just why I didn't get it. Yeah, no, I didn't. I thought you were leaving. It went completely over my head. Still enough for me already. Oh. Lady Awesome Sky. Years ago, actors and actresses were a small step above hookers. I mean, they really were. The studios owned them. They told them what to do, what to say. So, I mean, how do people think it's any different now? These people get paid millions upon millions of dollars. Do you really think the studios don't have an influence on what they're saying, on what they're putting forward? Please. I'm pretty sure that at this point they tell them what deodorant to use, what the frig, when they could take a shit, who they can fuck, who they can, say that they're fucking, oh no, don't go out with that person. You better not get photographed with that person. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, there's no way they don't completely control them. And the ones that they can't control, do you see them getting jobs? Not really. Who's giving them jobs? Independents. That's who's giving them jobs. James Woods talks out. Suddenly, he's not in any kind of movie. What the fuck? Rob Reiner goes and spouts his bullshit, and all of a sudden he gets a friggin' tribute or whatever. Shut up. I can't. They reward the ones who, they're good little boys and girls and read the script as it's, given to them. They're actors. Who would believe them? They literally lie for a living. So why would you believe them? Why? And people are like, oh no, they're activists. Shut up. I can't. Anyway, that's Pamela Anderson being, I'm all for PETA and whatever. Bitch, you're all about Bush and making sex tapes. Shut up. You literally, your call to, her whole thing to get famous was running down a beach with her tits bouncing. That was her friggin' way to fame. And it didn't even work then. She had to go and, have that sex tape, whatever, out there. That's when she really friggin' blew up. I watched that stupid documentary that they had, that not documentary, but I mean, it was a really good show. I enjoyed it because I love Sebastian Stan. But I watched it, and how many times did she say, I tried doing a serious speech on Baywatch, and they kept cutting it out. And they would minimize it until I was they were like, yeah, just run. Oh, okay. So that was her value. They told her right then and there, that's your value. And what did she do? She ran. Because that's what they paid her to do. If they would have paid her to say something, she would have said it. These people are extremely buyable. They are owned by their agents, they're owned by their studios. They're not going to put anything out that's going to jeopardize that income. They like that cushy lifestyle. They want to be able to spend whatever the fuck they want to spend on whatever and be frivolous. They don't care if the rest of the world is burning because they don't have generational wealth. They have, today's wealth. You saw Johnny Depp, how quick, like, everything got pulled out from underneath his feet because of that bitch. I mean, he had nothing. He had houses and stuff like that, but he didn't have any kind of way to make additional income because nobody would step away from what she was spouting and give him a chance until like Dior. And then it started coming around for him. Then they had the trial and then it started really coming around for him. And now the man just can't stop winning because, he went out there and he fought back. He said, fuck your Mewtwo. Fuck you, Mewtwo. Pokemon. Fuck your Mewtwo. Fuck you, all that shit. This is bullshit. And you know what? It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for me to stand there and tell you all the things that happen to me that are none of your goddamn business. But I'm going to go out there and I'm going to prove to you that agenda is full of shit. And everybody supports her knowing she's a friggin' liar, knowing she's out there spouting just crap about me and crap about everything. Because she's never stopped. She's never stopped lying about people. It's just now we know that she's a liar. And yet there's still people out there willing to support her because they really, really, really want that agenda back. What is the point of New York making the law for, I don't know, like, I think they extended the statute of limitations on reporting whatever. So you have all these people coming up with 30, 40, 50-year-old, crimes or like accusations. Really? I can't remember what I did a month ago. You want me to recall in detail with accuracy something that happened 40 years ago? Really? I mean, I can remember the story of it, like a memory of it. I can't tell you a date. Even the stuff with my father, as horrible as that was, those memories, they still blend. I can't remember if they all happened like in this little stretch of time or if they were stretched out over a year, but I know that in that span of time, this happened. Was it winter, spring, whatever? The only ones I can tell you what season they were the ones that happened when I was outside at the lake. Like, that's the only reason, because I know it was summer. Because I know I was with him during the day, and I wouldn't have been with him during the day if it wasn't summertime because I had school. But this is logic playing into me accurately putting the memories where they belong. It's not me having that genuine knowledge that this happened in July or this happened in whatever. I don't have those specifics because it was a long goddamn time ago. And a lot of shit has happened since then. These people that they're like, I remember it like it was yesterday. No, you don't. No, you don't. And by the way, what'd you do yesterday? Tell me every single thing you did yesterday, and it better take 24 hours. Let's go. I want a full accounting and don't leave one thing out. They can't do it. Can't do it. That's why all these like accusations, I'm like, you know what? If they're true, I feel bad for these people. But why the hell would you wait so long? If you're going to wait that long, just shut up. Just shut up about it. Like, you let it go that long. Don't stand up because somebody told you, oh, you need to do this. If somebody told you need to do this, it's because it's something's going to benefit them. Because they want you to do it. Wait. All right. Here. Darth Hideous. I mean, James Madison said we needed a violent uprising with government approximately every 20 years. Hey, he's not wrong. To let them know who the fucking boss is. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, would you work for a company for 20 years without some type of like check-in and contract negotiation or renegotiation or, a changing of terms? Or you're not going to do that. You're not going to stay at like a base salary with the same duties all the fucking time for 20 years and nothing's going to change. No, you have to go in and you have to change things yourself if it's not going in your way. The outside world is changing, but the inside world has to reflect that. That's like all these, we gave you a cost of living increase. No, you gave me a 2% increase. Cost of living went up about, 250% in the last like year. Don't tell me when I buy 10 bags of groceries and it costs me almost $400. Fuck you. No. And all the packages have shrunk. No. That's what's killing me. It's like, oh, can't even get like a pound of anything. Everything is like 12 ounces, 12 ounces. What happened to a pound? None of the recipes I have are about cooking 12 ounces of friggin' meat. It's how to cook a pound of meat, how to make a pound of macaroni. It's so stupid. Winning reality. It started there. The every hour on the 20 thing just kept everyone in a dazed state. Shelly and I don't even partake much anymore these days as it is. See what I mean? Yeah. I don't. I love it. I still do. Every once in a while, I'm like, you know what? I just feel like just taking a hit tonight. And he's like, all right. But I'm like, just keep an eye on me because it hits me hard. Like, I only have to take 2 hokes and I'm like, like, it don't take much. Whereas before, I was going through like blunt after blunt, not even feeling it. I was smoking blunts like cigarettes. I had to stop. Heyo, what's up? What's up? I know I'm 10 minutes behind in chat. Stop it. They don't tell Keanu nothing. Keanu does what he pleases. Well, Keanu, he knows the Matrix. So, I mean, he doesn't live in their world, though. He's one of those people, much, I hate to say, like Johnny Depp, who's like, no, you see, you want me. I don't need you. You need me. Because Johnny Depp went and proved it. I mean, Warner Brothers fucked him over and Disney fucked him over. And what happened to both those companies? You backed the wrong horse, motherfucker. You brought it into the swamp? Because Cuck Frog took credit for it when he said, that's true. Ellie Fonz, happy Monday. Happy Monday. De Niro is so cringe. Yeah, no, I watched his speech the other day and I was like, you deserve to have every inch of your ass kicked. You really do. And I really hope the guineas come and get you. I really do. Because he's just, I hate that he's even part Italian. Added to the list of shit of mine he's taking credit for winning. I mean, if you look at his credit list, most of the shit he took credit for was stolen from somebody. La la la. Winning said agreed. I'm moving on. Ellie Fun. Do the Jesus lovers in chat need some uplifting stuff today? Maybe. See, I already corrected you. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, I would love something uplifting. Lady Awesome said during the takedown of HVW, even Pamela Anderson said no agent should be sending you to a hotel for meetings. That doesn't mean that she didn't go. That doesn't mean she didn't go. She said when Pamela Anderson even knows. Yeah. That's why he could afford to drop millions on a lawsuit. Yeah, absolutely. Here's something uplifting for today. I have no idea what that is, but y'all are perfectly welcome to click on the link. I'll click on it later. At least I go watch that. It's uplifting. Nobody can stop winning. I've tried. See, I don't try to stop them. I kind of like to wind them up and watch them go. Elephant, man, I would have been crying like a baby if I had witnessed what happened in the video. Oh, Lord. I don't know what it was. What was it? I haven't even gotten 10 seconds in. This is going to be something. I'll have to look at it later. Ayo, there's a condition where one can remember everything it's called an eidetic memory. Yeah. And that's not, I know a lot of people like to say, I have an eidetic memory. No, you don't. You might have a photogenic, like a photographic memory. I mean, that's how my memory works. My memory takes pictures throughout everything. And what it does is, even when I'm reading something, it'll take a visual picture of the page. And I'm able, if I'm in a good, mental place, if I'm mentally strong, I can pull up that image inside my head and read it verbatim. And it's something I've always been able to do. But that's why when people, they're like, oh, I'm like, wait, but I have to search the archives. There's a lot. I'm going to be 50 years old in 4 months. So there's a lot of information in my brain. I have lived through a lot. It takes a while sometimes. But yeah, that's the ones that remember everything. I believe that's called an eidetic memory. Is that condition called living hell? Because that's what it sounds like. No, there are people who remember every single page they've ever written in perfect freaking clarity and detail. You could tell them, oh, I have this book in my hand on page da-da-da, and they can do it. But you're talking about one in maybe a million people or whatever. And I'm sure the odds are even higher than that. But it's a lot of people claim to have that, and they fucking can't. 20 years, I wouldn't give you 6 months. Nice. Inflation isn't up 250%. It's only up 18%. Yeah, my groceries cost double what they used to cost. All right. So until you have to buy groceries for 3 people on a budget, you don't realize how much it's gone up. Because I don't buy expensive things. I literally have the list. That's why I do it all online, because I have my list and I don't deviate. I don't impulse shop, because that's the way that leads to brokenness. But I just don't do that. So I stick to a list, and I'll pick and choose off that list, but I don't usually go outside of that. And the list has changed. But there's some things I just can't afford right now. I can't afford to buy the steak that I like because it's $16 a pound. Fuck you. $16 a pound. I was paying $7 a pound literally a month ago. Keanu is a quiet celebrity, my favorite kind. He does his job and he doesn't make a scene. And he lives like a normal person. He does. He takes the subway. He wears regular clothes, regular watches. You never see him dressed up unless he's going to an event. That's it. That was beautiful. Oh, I can't wait to see it then. Not even Charlie Sheen can stop one. Oh, the hell with you for that, Ayo. I can't stand you right now. Ellie said, did you say budget? Ears perks up. On the Dave Ramsey plan, a zero-based budget has been a blessing and never a burden. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to write it down because you've never steered me wrong. Not so far. So we shall see. Dave Ramsey plan budgets. I will look into that. Yay, I broke her. You wish. No, it's not that easy to break me. It's hard to break what's already broken. What are you going to do? Turn me into a crumble? Nope, that ain't going to happen. Dave Ramsey is smarter and less entertaining than Gordon. Yes, I love Gordon Ramsay, though. You fucking donkey. He's just awesome. And yet you watch him with his kids. Oh my God, he's an amazing dad. He's so sweet to them. His daughter did that water thing with the egg, where you smash the egg on the person's head. She did that to him, and my ass was like, oh, Like I was just waiting, and he just laughed, and he was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get you." Like, but he laughed it off, and I was just like, "Oh wow!" I was like, "He's not always a dick. That's cool." Like, it's great. Yeah, I love when he videos cooking with his kids. He's so patient with them. Even when he does it with the other kids, like he's had shows with kids on, and he's so supportive and so encouraging. It's just he has no patience for adults. He's like, no, you're an adult. You made it this far. You claim you're a chef. What the fuck are you doing? You can't even boil water. What is wrong with you? Like, you can't tell if something's done by pressing on it or not. Like, he gets very aggravated. It's like the professor. It's like, did you read what I told you to read before coming to class? Well, no. Then how are you supposed to participate? Get the fuck out of my class. You're wasting my time. And that's how he is. Geez, I need to put my glasses on. For what? You don't have to put your glasses. I speak typo. We're good. Adults are stupid. That's why adults are just, yeah, I feel like the more we think we know, the less we actually do. And definitely the people who profess to know everything, they don't know shit. They don't know shit. It's the ones with the biggest mouth that go, actually, I know. That. You don't know crap. You are talking out your ass. You are literally sitting there just reading something off that somebody else wrote and claiming it's your own. YouTube just held the adults are comment. Of course it did. Of course it did. YouTube is asshole. Yes, it is. YouTube is asshole. I typo all the time. Wolfie, please. I live for T-Rex to make typos. He makes the funniest typos ever. I'm trying not to get myself filtered out, but I mean, no, I mean, just say what you want. I mean, my mods all know to just let your comments through. I'm not about censorship. I don't like anybody being mean to each other. That's not what we're here for. Go to other streams for that bullshit. There are some that thrive on that. This is not one of them. But if you're just spouting truths in your opinion, nobody's going to hold you back. Not in this chat. I don't believe in that. I think everybody should be heard. You know, and it feeds me as well because it gives me something to either, talk about because I support it or to rally against because I'm completely against it. At Dartidius, YouTube holds a lot of my comments too. That's why she gets wrenches wherever she goes. That's why I get wrenches. The only person I mod for is winning. I have wrenches in many, many places, and it's only because they just assume I'm going to say something that's going to get her, like held back, which really don't happen all that much anymore. YouTube holds a lot of my comments too. Once it only had the word church in it, and that would be triggering for snowflakes. Oh, absolutely. Well, what was it last week that he put up the Bible reference like 4 times? And even when you reposted it for him, it still wouldn't go through. It's like, what the hell? I had to go to YouTube to see it because it wouldn't come through to StreamYard. Ridiculous. Most of the time I pass all comments. Absolutely. I typoed bad, telling someone off, and they tried to make fun. YouTube is asshole. Haro, haro. And that's the thing. We put up all sorts of not PC things, and they put it through. But you put up religion, they get very like, oh, no, can't have God up in here. What are you kidding me? What is wrong with you? I pass all comments until told to do otherwise. Yeah, I'm not. I took a page out of Nick's book. I don't ban people. There's only one person. No, I'm sorry. There's 2 people on the internet that I don't want in my chat. And they're the only 2 people I have blocked. Everybody else is open, except for Divinity, because I can't find her to unblock her. So it's like, so that's hard to do when she's not in the list of blocked, but yet I would never see her if she showed up. Dirt Hideous, that was StreamYard being an asshole. Yeah, but YouTube also didn't. I didn't see it until I went, and I only saw it once. I didn't see you posted it 4 times. You said I didn't see it 4 times. I saw it 1 time. That was it. This comment has been removed due to retardation. There you go. There you go. But it's not our retardation, it's somebody else's. And the thing is, you know what's funny? They don't like that word. And they're like, you're not allowed to call anybody that. My daughter's diagnosis, like part of her diagnosis, is actually mental retardation. It is a medical term. They just don't like it. Oh, I'm sure she has me blocked. Her and Moose blocked me from the beginning, but I mean, that was fine. But I mean, I just went down the whole list and blocked everybody. And then I, you know, when everything got settled, I went and unblocked everybody. I just can't see everybody. YouTube needs cheese. Funny, that's what Grimmy used to say about me. Jacob said, well, to be fair, YouTube is run by godless heathens. That's true. That's true. The funny part, Darth, about unblocking people, I have to go into if I individually block them, like if you click on the 3 dots and block them there, instead of just blocking them from just your chat, then you have to go into Google, into your email account, into your contacts, into that blocked list and unblock them, or you're not going to see them. Elephant, I have no idea about the drama. Seriously, I only know some people aren't talking to others, but I don't know who or what has happened. Oh no, for the most part, I'm talking to everybody. It's just I don't deal with, you know, Captain Eats Ass, because fuck him. And I don't deal with the cuck. So it's just I won't engage. So rather than have to see bullshit or hear bullshit, I just block them. Sometimes you have to. But as for banning people for something they say, like for their opinion, never. Would never do that. You could have any opinion you want. Just don't be an asshole about it. Like, come at me with facts. Don't come at me with nothing but feelings. Because then I have no retort for that. What am I supposed to say? Oh, it's horrible to feel that way. You don't feel that. No, I need you to come at me with facts so I have something to dispute or something to, you know, support. Breaking news. Flight simulator canceled due to retard being repeated upon landing approach. Well, you know, I know how blocking works. All right, I didn't. That's what I'm explaining it. And a lot of other people don't. Sometimes you got to go into your Google account. Yep. And I had to do a whole lookup on how to do it. Because it just, I couldn't find it. I couldn't undo it. I was ready to cry. I was like, I just want to undo the one, like, it shouldn't be that difficult. But apparently that's to deter you from doing it again. We do a very good job vehemently disagreeing, Michelle. Yes, we do. I think we do. To be fair, Captain Weirdo posted some concerning things. He's posted a lot of concerning things. A lot. Darth, we always have. I would have held your hand, but I was probably blocked. No, you were blocked one day. Literally, because I was told to block you. And it didn't feel right, so I unblocked you. On every platform. Yeah, you weren't blocked for like the longest time. You literally were blocked for 24 hours, maybe 36. And then I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, sometimes I forget I have a mind of my own. Because you get at that, I don't forget that now, but at that point I was very much in the cult. He said I unblocked you about 4 months later. I was ready to be over it. Listen, everybody has a different timeline. It didn't feel right to me anymore. It didn't. That didn't mean I was going to, like, you know, take your hand and go traipsing off into like the rainbow sunset with you, but there was no reason why we couldn't have a conversation like in a chat or whatever. There was no reason for me to be like, oh no, I have to protect myself right now because I have to shun him. That was too much for me. Did I tell the person that told me to block you that I unblocked you? No, because I'm not stupid. Ellie fine. Shelly, can we gab about drama on Discord? I really want to know what happened. Yeah, you can reach out on Discord and I'll talk to you there. Jacob Pete's concerning in what way? Chippy the wood chipper? Well, no, he's just a big old fat liar. And there was a couple fundraising things that I wasn't loving, and there was a lot of threatening to dox people and shit like that. And it was like, really? Like, you want to dox me? Come get me, motherfucker. Like, but he kept calling me Melissa. It's so stupid. I literally start my show with, hey, this is Shelly. And he just, Melissa in big letters, like he knew some giant secret. It was like, no. Like, I've put all my info out there. Nobody needs to whatchamacallit, to guess my name. They know my name. I've said my name 100 fucking times. And he's thinking that he knows more than I. Like, okay, whatever. If you want to dox Michelle, I'll sell you the information for $8. That goes both ways. Just remember that. Lady Autumn Sky, what drama? Wait, I'll mind my own business. No, it was the whole thing with the cook thing. With the old show. The old show. And anybody who wanted to ever see how that broke down and ended could just tune into wait. I'll even give you the because this makes me chuckle every time I look at it. Sometimes learning about flat earthers is a wonderful thing. It really is. You'd be amazed what you can find. I don't know. He said some stuff about leaving his pregnant wife if she has a girl because of past allegations. Oh, did he really? Oh my goodness. Well, that's like he brings up his son all the time. He's like, oh, my son that passed away and you people are horrible and blah, blah, blah. Everybody this man has ever known who like gets him any kind of attention has died. That's too convenient for me. It's way too convenient. Like he wasn't, he wasn't in these, movies. That was his twin brother who died. His twin brother who wasn't raised with him, so they have no pictures together. Meme kept asking him that. He was like, don't you have a picture with your brother? Oh, I think I have someone somewhere. And this has turned into a petty stream, but whatever. We did a lot of above board stuff, so I feel okay with going here. Yeah, he did the whole, oh no, we didn't really take a lot of pictures together. I have them around here somewhere. Meme said, how do you not take pictures with your twin brother? Oh, well, we weren't raised together. Really? And yet you wound up so close in the end that you were there for him, holding his hand and bathing him when he was dying. And this was the whole spiel that he gave me in Winning's chat while Winning is trying to like interview somebody. And I'm like, could we not talk about this here? Can you go to Discord? Like, just go to Discord and talk to me there after the show. I'm fucking busy. Like, and then he's like, oh, people on this internet. And, then I did something really great for somebody and I got them I went out of my way and got them this great old toy. No, he didn't. He spent $5 on a friggin' like digital plan, which he sent to somebody else who physically fucking made the toy. But whatever. I so need to know this story. Oh, please. So, so he went through this whole thing and he's in Winning's chat telling me that, oh, I bought this toy, blah, 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 and, somebody else went and took credit for it, and you know, redneck asshole. And I was like, what? And he was like, expert, he's a redneck asshole. And I was like, you need to stop. I was like, you need to stop. And I went into Discord and I DM'd them and I was like, you know what? You need to stop like trying to like blow up this stream. I even did it when he was going in Caitlin's chat. She was doing a show. And she doesn't do streams all the time. So when she does, I get very protective of her chat because I don't want somebody like him coming in and being an asshole. So he came in and started talking about like this dead thing and what like this person died and I'm like, dude, stop. And he was like, I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about. And I DM'd him and I said, let me tell you something. If you derail this girl's thing, like I am gonna fucking be livid. And I'll go right there. I threatened him. I didn't give a shit. I didn't care. I was like, I will make sure everybody knows about you. Like, I will never stop if you hurt this girl's stream. Because, I mean, she was so nervous and trying to do her thing. And he was just trying to fuck with it. Oh, yeah, no. That was, Captain Ukraine. You could see the chat. I'm pretty sure it was the very first one he did with Gary Lamb. He might have even done it with Gary Lamb in Matter of Opinion. I don't remember, but it's one of those. And he was like, super hyped about it, but like a little nervous because it was like new territory with new people. And it was a new, kind of topic. And it was a very sensitive topic. And I was trying to give it all my attention because I had to be ready to, to throw out links or whatever. And this one comes in there talking about all this shit and all about his life and blah, 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 blah. And he had, I don't know, Ghazni needed or wanted a piece for one of his Star Trek toys, one of his older ones. And he was like, I can get it for you. And instead of going and getting it, like he did what you do. He found the plans online, paid $5 for them, sent them to Shizzy. Shizzy 3D made them and sent them to Ghazni, and Ghazni opened it on air and he was so like happy about it and whatever. But apparently like Captain Ukraine couldn't make it and he had already had a freaking like meltdown on Meme Stream. So he couldn't make it and he threw a fit about it. Like behind the scenes, he was like, throwing stuff and like just really just losing his fucking mind. You can actually watch the streams where he progressively gets worse. And it's something to behold, let me tell you, because he went absolutely apeshit crazy. And then he came to Winning Stream and he starts talking about it and he's telling me, and I'm like, okay, but we're putting on a show. Like, could you stop? And Winning was saying something and he's like, oh, we've already talked about this, blah, blah, blah. I think that one was the one with Kaiser Pineapple. That's what it was. They were talking about the alien stuff. And they were like looking at like different film. And he came in and he was talking about the Ghazni thing. And he was just like, oh, he was like, and then, they didn't set up a time for me to get there. They only gave me a little bit of a warning. So they went and did it on their own without me there. So I didn't get credit. And that redneck asshole, the expert, took credit and blah, 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 blah. And it was like, okay, you need to stop. I was like, you need to stop. I was like, first of all, I was like, I'm sure that they didn't do that. I was like, I'm sure they didn't do that. And he was like, no, they did that. So I had to get him in fucking Discord. And then the next time was when Gary was on and he came in just yelling about something and talking about dead best friends and washing them, when they were like, oh, and he just died. I was like, this is not the time. This is not the time and not the place. Like, if you want to talk about this, you can talk to me about it in Discord. And he did. And I went to Discord and I tried to have a pleasant conversation with him and listen to his bullshit. Yeah. And well, the first one was Kaiser Pineapple. The second one where I told him about himself, that was the night of Gary's being on your stream. Because we went back and I was trying to like be nice and whatever. And then all he said was, he was like, and what's with that dude? He was like, that Nick, that Ricada, he's a weak man. He's not a, male specimen. And I was like, wait. So now I know he doesn't like Expert. He's been shitty to Expert. He's been shitty to Ghazni. He's been. I didn't know that he was shitty to Val because that would have fucking been that would have been it for me. But then he was like talking shit about Nick straight to me, and I said, "Wait a minute, you don't like Nick Rekieta?" And I mean, in text, if you know me, you would have said, "Oh shit," because everybody knows pretty much my tone in text. But I guess he didn't, and he just started going off, and I was like, "Oh, all right. Let me tell you about you." And I went for like a good, like a little novel telling him everything I thought about him, everything I knew about him. I didn't pull my punches at all, to the point where Winning was like, okay, well, damn. Like, damn. I remember the order Winning. That's you'd remember that better. But you'd remember that better. Here's the stream captain has melted down in the chat. Winning Saturday Night Repairing History Special. There you go. Role model leadership with Gary Lamb. There you go. And then the next one was, I guess, Kaiser Pineapple. Either way, it doesn't matter which way you put it. Watch the two of them. You could look in the chat and you'll see it. But yeah, as soon as he said that Nick was a weak man and a weak male specimen and blah blah blah, that was it for me. That was the nail in the coffin. And I was like, you know what? I was nice up until now, but now let me tell you about you. And yeah, my jersey came out. My mean jersey came out. And he deserved every bit of it. But after that, he went around telling everybody that, like, Winning and I were doxing him and whatever. And I was like, whatever. And he went on somebody's show. Like, he was in the chat and had a conversation with somebody, and they gave him a picture of what they thought was Winning. And he came into every single chat saying, hey, does everybody know that Winning reality is fat and bald and short? When he's not. But Max had to debunk that. So there's a meme stream where they debunked that, and he's like, no. He was like, actually, the person in that photo is and then he went and told Captain all about himself, because Captain went out and, well, he tried to say that Val had stolen valor. He was like, oh, he's a liar, he was never in the Navy, which is true. He was never in the Navy, but he was in the Army. I mean, that's where the whole thing came from. But he thought, he wants to get all these people in gotcha moments. And it's like, but why? Like, none of them are bothering you. Nobody cares if you ate ass or not. We really fucking don't. I would have purposely done an after midnight stream with him just on that topic, just for funsies. Never would have held it against him. But the fact that you're being fake and you're lying to people and you're being a con man about it, like, stop being so pompous and telling everybody. As soon as somebody says something, they're like, oh, well, I have a house in Hollywood Hills and you got to work for a living. How does it feel to be a loser? It's like, I can't deal with people that have that mentality. I just can't. Like, I don't think that is necessary. And he had it in for Kaiser too. He swore Kaiser was like doxing him. I said, Kaiser is not doxing you. How do you know? Because I know Kaiser, he's not doxing you. Like, I know how you're getting doxed. You're doing it mostly yourself. I hate to tell you. Like, you're putting shit out there. You say things that you don't realize you say, and people go, oh, there's a thread I want to follow. So yeah. But how can you be shitty to Val? Well, he was. He absolutely was. It's the jealousy. He wants the attention. He wants to be liked, and he's not. And the thing is, he shot himself in the foot, because he could have been. We all thought he was funny in the beginning, and then he got really, really, really nasty. But he doesn't think he was being nasty. And the lies are just endless lies. And it's like, you sit there and you're like, and I told him that night that I told him about himself, I said, do you even realize how ridiculous you sound with your stories? Like, you want to make everybody think you're invincible. You're not. Horrible. Whoever showed you Val is a dumpster fire of shit. Yep. Absolutely. on on Friday Night Live. It was my first time on, and I was on Experts Friday Night Live, and I had a really good time. And Caitlin had on a shirt that had a boob window, and y'all know me. I'm not short on, like telling people what to do. So I was like, oh, bounce. And she did. And I was like, oh, and she was talking about something. I was like, she's sober. I was like, hey, Caitlin, you look thirsty. Take a drink. And she automatically did it. And they were like, how'd you do that? And I was like, because I'm a girl. I could say that. It's not threatening coming from a girl. And then at some point, Val said to her, oh, shut up and show us your boob window. Well, she turned the camera off after telling him off a little bit, and she put on a sweater, a turtleneck sweater. And I was like, look what you did. I was so mad, but I was fucking with him. And he was like, all right, y'all, I'm out of here. And it was just the way it happened. I felt so bad. I was like, oh my God, I hope he didn't leave because I said that. So I had to send them a DM, and I was like, I'm sorry if don't be mad at me. Like, I didn't mean to. Yeah, I was just teasing. Like, I didn't know what to say. And he was like, no, girl, I don't like, because it's all good. We were just teasing. I was like, oh, thank God. Because I would never just yell at him for something like that. I mean, I was doing it because it was funny. But then he left and I felt terrible. So I was just like, see, this was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done this. At least fine. That was the last drama I knew about. Yeah, well, there's so much drama. I hear about it all and I just like take it in and go, all right. And occasionally like I'll pass it on to, like somebody, but that's about it. I pretty much just let it die. T-Rex, listen, just because he got a picture of me and he thinks it's winning doesn't mean you stop that. You stop that right now. I hate when you do that. Jacob Peeds, he was on 11B. So yeah, not Navy. No, I know. But I mean, he made it like this whole, like he really was trying to do like the stolen valor thing. And it was like, no, you don't get to say that about somebody like Val. You shouldn't get to say that about anybody unless it like, where's your receipts? Show me. He never has produced one goddamn receipt for anything. He can't produce a picture of his brother. He can't produce a birth certificate. He can't produce any of that stuff. Jacob Castro, I severed a good friendship over an accusation that Rackets raped somebody. Oh, the verbal thing? Yeah, I don't go back there either. I mean, I was supportive because I was afraid they were going to like break down in the moment. But yeah, I was done with that. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, Castro. And I was like, yeah, no. I stayed in the stream and I was like, it's okay. Like, calm down. Because I was afraid they were going to like have a meltdown. And I was genuinely afraid for them. But once I was like, okay, they're good and I can leave the stream, I never went back. And I never will. Nick has my loyalty. I hate to say it, like, to the grave, because he's kept me from the grave. Literally, like, hours from it. So, yeah. And I'm never going to forget that. And he's never asked me for a favor, nothing. He's just my friend, just to be my friend. He's offered to come on here and I'm just like, no, I'll do it myself. When the whole thing went down and I like had to leave the old community, he did. He said, he was like, if people aren't inviting you on their stream, like I'll come on your show and just, show them it's fine. Maybe that'll encourage someone to have you on theirs. And I was like, no, I want to do it myself. And yeah, he was just like, all right, stubborn. Stubborn. Because he wanted to help. I didn't have to ask him. And it meant the world to me that he offered, but I would never use him like that. Because to me, he's my friend. I appreciate him for his friendship, not for his viewership. I don't give a fuck if he has one fan or 100,000 or more than 100,000. I don't even know how many fucking fans he's got at this point. Lady Awesome, you come from my Tennessee guys and I'm done with you. Oh yeah, he totally went for them. But then he went like for the two people closest to me. And I was like, no. Like, you're trying to wreck his stream and you're trying to talk about this one. No, if you didn't already piss me off with the whole shit about Ghazni, who had never heard a fly, with, intent, like trying to like put Shizzy down, pissing off Vices, and then the whole redneck asshole calling the expert, that really pissed me off. Because it was like, dude, you picked the wrong one. I mean, you picked somebody who was one of the first people to be nice to me after the whole debacle when I was told he hated me. So it's like, I'm done listening to other people. I form my own fucking opinion. Fuck you. Don't talk about my friends like that. And we went at it. And I have been on his shit list ever since. We were in Racket's Rumble. And he told me he wished I died. He was like, why don't you just die or something like that? Because I was like, oh, why don't you go do this? Because I was like, you know what? Let me hold back. And I get a text, don't hold back. I was like, okay, I got permission. And I just went at him. I didn't give a fuck. That gets graped with words. I know it was. And I mean, not for nothing, it wasn't something that was new. It happened months and months and months ago. In internet time, it was decades ago. So it's like, why bring it up now? And she was right there in the chat. I want to say, why don't you speak up and defend him? It's not like you didn't whip out your tits in the middle of fucking locals. So it's like, I don't hold her actions against her, and I don't hold, his words against him. He was drunk as fuck that night. And he did apologize, and he did feel really bad. Just the fact that she didn't hear the apology means nothing, apparently. But the apology was made directly to the girl and on stream. And he did it. He did like a whole, that whole week on locals. That's pretty much all he fucking talked about. I was like, all right, Nick, let it go. Forgive yourself. We'll move on. But he was stuck. It really, really bothered him. And that more than anything, the remorse and the regret should tell you more than you need to know about his personality. He's not everybody's cup of tea, but I don't know. I got his back. I support him. I don't support all his decisions, but I'm friend enough to tell him you're being an asshole. Jacob Peets, that stolen valor thing probably bugs me more than it probably should. No, it should definitely bug you because he put time in. It altered him as a person. How dare you call that into question? That is some bullshit. Elephant, I was Navy. I broke my pelvis on TEP. Still went to boot camp there. Then was there until my company graduated and got medically discharged because I was still broken. Yeah. Hubby was Marine Corps. He was in many, many, many years in various conflicts. Stolen valor pisses me off. Yeah. My little cousin, Jessica, 18 years old. She graduated high school, enlisted in the Navy the next day. She wound up being squadron leader for the Yellow Jackets. And she went over to Afghanistan. We used to send her care packages. I had the local bakery over here, the Cake Boss Bakery, Carlos. I had them send her stuff, and he wouldn't even let me fucking pay for it. And he regularly sent, packages over there, even after she stopped, even after she came home. Well, came home, she got reassigned. But I mean, she was there for two years. I think it was 2 years. She was there the entire time I was in Kansas. And then some. T-Rex. Listen, I overthink enough about my own life and relationships. I don't need the internet drama to overthink about. She said, I guess that's going to be on the farms. Well, farms don't really bother me. They don't come in here. They don't go looking for anything because I don't bother them. I'm not exactly what you'd call controversial. And anything that I have to say, I leave up. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. The only time my chats come down is if I have to edit a video. that I've done, a live that I've done. Because just for some reason, as soon as you edit, it disables the chat. You can't see the chat. I can't even see it. So like if I play a clip, and in the beginning, when he used to give me clips that they were like, no, and I was like, so I have a couple chats that are missing, but now, no, we pretty much avoid that. Jacob Castro, Rackets is the whole reason I've ever chatted. He's no more degenerate than I am or ever will be. Hail Pope Rackets, not ashamed, 100%. Absolutely. At Elephant, at Talking Trash Tuesday, I broke my pelvis being T-boned on Christmas Eve about 26 years ago. Oh, God, girl. Oh, that was the incident where I had to learn how to walk again. I know you and I have to have a conversation about that because I do want to know that story. So now we have stories to swap. See, you have something you want to tell me that I want to know about, and vice versa. So there we go. Hail Pope Rackets. I love Nick. He drives me crazy. Sometimes he withdraws, and sometimes it's like, he don't shut the fuck up. But I'm the same way. And he knows. I'll send him. I can't even tell you how many friggin' like books of like just shit that I've sent them, and he's like, "Are you done?" I'm like, "You didn't read that." He's like, "I read every word." Jesus, girl, calm down. I'm like, fine. But I mean, he's a sweetie. He's got a really good heart. He's just Nick. It's you never know what's gonna happen or what he's gonna say. I'm terrible because when he goes on there and he starts ranting, I'll be texting in the background going, yeah, this is what I live for. Like I'm just encouraging him to get worse. It's like, come on, I love it. I live for this shit. But he says the things that other people are afraid to say. Does he always say the right thing? No. Do I agree with him on every stance? No. But I love that he says it. I love that he's balls out and like, fuck you, you don't like it. A plot twist. She's a robot and downloads the books as soon as she touches them. Oh, Ellie? Maybe. Be right back getting food to stuff my face. Melissa Jane, how are you, honey? Happy Monday. Jacob Castro, from what I've been able to analyze, people just don't like his sense of humor. You know what? Because he delivers. I'm trying to direct my child not to come over here because I don't need her over here. I don't know if it's his sense. He just doesn't hold back. I remember there used to be a movie called No Holds Barred, and it was like a whole wrestling thing or whatever. But I had to actually like ask somebody what No Holds Barred meant because I didn't know what it meant. And we didn't have internet at the time. I was young. And they were like, it means you don't hold back. You don't hold anything back. You just, everything is acceptable. If you have a move, you do that move. You got something, basically, if you got something to say, you fucking say it. Just throw the shit and wherever it lands, that's where it lands. And you deal with it later. Let's Jane, not too bad. It's too early on my Tuesday morning. Oh my goodness. At least it's Tuesday for you. It's still Monday for us. Hey, is everyone watching Melissa Jane's advent calendar shorts? She's very creative and quite silly. Well, she always has chocolate in her shorts. That's what I look forward to. I look forward to her and the chocolate in her shorts. Are you doing the advent calendar again? Because that was really cute. I remember watching you do a video where you were completely stressed out on the angle and which way to do it. And should I break it this way? Should I eat it this way? It was so funny. Everyone loves to get into my shorts. I mean, you dirty girl. That's all right. We know how you Aussies do it down under. Chocolate in her shorts. Yeah. Oh, she ate the chocolate in her shorts. No lie. There's no lie. No lie detected. It's all 100% true. This one time at band camp. No, that's nerd. That would be nerd. That's a nerd story. If nerd tells you a story, it's going to start this one time at band camp, and I laugh every fucking time. Yeah, Jacob has. There's no lies. Nope, no lies. Mel had to do a cringe short because she has trolls. I don't really have trolls. My trolls wind up staying, become part of the chat. Like Sean. Sean D. Sarcasm calls me Trish. He started out as a troll and then he just became a friend. Jacob Castro must not simp, must not simp, must not. Simple way. She's used to it. She is very used to it. I'm sorry, I'm chomping in your ear because I haven't eaten and I'm still like nibbling on blueberries and grapes. And that was my breakfast. Now it's very warm, blueberries and grapes. But on the upside, the blueberries seem to have gotten softer. So that's fine. That's better. It is 12:30 here though. And we are coming up on 4.5 hours. So while I love you guys, I do have to get up and do human things. Yes, please, simple way. I'm joking, FYI. No, she's not. Go ahead. She loves the simpage. Simpage is wonderful. Is that what they call it? Simpage? Otherwise, I just made up a word. I got lost in sarcasm once. It was fine. Jacob Castro, this is a simp-free zone, my friend. Well, then I really need to leave then. Because I've been told I am such a simp. Whatever. I only simp for one person. All right. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Pete said, well, it's nice to know you still got it when you're old. Holy cow, I never realized making edits erased the live chat. Yeah, that's how I lose my chats all the time. T3, you do sim for records. I do not sim for records. I literally got on his call-in show and told him to go fuck himself. How is that simping for him? How? I told him he was a fucking asshole. And he was like, all right, fair. I was like, oh God. And I was like, I'm so sorry. He was like, you did great. I was like, I did not. I was like, I told you to go fuck yourself. He was like, you were just being you. I was like, oh, all right. I was like, as long as you know I love you. He was like, no, it's fine. No, aggressive. I was so nervous because I'm not used to that many people listening to what the fuck I have to say. And we were still in locals, but there were still like almost 200 people. It was like 160, 170 people. And I was just like, oh my God. And especially locals, because they are savage. I know, because I've gone there with them. But hell, I've led the charge once in a while. The whole dog girl thing. I was so mean. So mean. I'm like, oh God, I never want to go back to that place again. But I will if I have to. It's better that everybody knows that I have that ability. Savages. That's right. That's why when you come in, Castro, and you're just like, hey, savages, I'm like, yeah, my boy. Shelly, do you have a spot on Discord to promote content? I do. Just if you go in there, you should. It's either other people's streams or live streams or for creators. I forget what I called it. But yeah, it's one of the first. It's in like the first 5 categories. But yeah, you could throw whatever you want up there. There's spots for art, recipe, music, your own content, for promoting other people's content. Go for it. Just don't at everybody, because you can at everyone once, one time a day. That's it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to be like, ugh. I don't get the alerts anyway. I turn that shit off. But if you can do the at everyone in the If you're promoting something, that's fine. Just not for like, music videos or whatever crap like that. But your own stuff or somebody that you want to promote, sure. Go for it. Savages, barely even human. Well, sometimes being a human is, overrated. I just made a roll if anybody wants to get pinged for streams and such. Nice. So, I tell Redacted to fuck off and stuff all the time too. Yeah, but no, it's different. I don't sit there and just like, oh, Nick, you're so wonderful. And da-da-da. I just don't do that. Mm-mm. And being a simp tends to, you're going to make me say it, but it tends to have a more non-platonic connotation to it. And I only do that for one person. So, WCFT, Reed Rocket. Why? What the hell's a Reed Rocket? Ellie, fine. You made quiche the other day? That's awesome. Did you make like regular quiche or was it like spinach, cheese? What would you put in it? I make a really nice spinach quiche, but I don't call it quiche. We call it frittata. But granted, frittata is usually without the pie crust, and the quiche is with the pie crust. So I could see the difference. I'd never tell blank that they're awesome. Got to knock the ego down a peg. Oh, that ain't right. You just ain't right. I don't like taking shots at people's egos. Some of them, all right. Like there's a certain Caped Crusader that needs to be taken down many, many pegs because all that confidence and like ego is not warranted. They didn't earn it. They don't deserve it. They suck. But that's because they lie. And I got no problem taking shots at people who lie. I don't like liars. Lorraine and Florentine, 1 bacon and 1 spinach altered with mushroom. Oh, you speaking my language, girl. And a tiny amount of bacon. I actually have a quiche in the fridge that I forgot about. God damn it. Yeah, I bought it at this, like, my mother went to a market and I asked her to get it for me and she dropped it off, kind of ran down, got it and brought it up and I forgot to eat it. My sleep schedule is so messed up. Welcome to my world. Winning reality, it's Captain Cocky. I can't stand him. I really can't. He just talks shit about all the people that I love and it's irritating as fuck. I don't care if he comes at me. You can come at me all freaking day. Winning is a new game for me. No, T-Rex. No. You are not Captain Cocky. You're what? I don't know what your nickname would be. You're freaking T-Rex. Isn't that nickname enough? Yummy also has, and we noticed that the poor's food is now as expensive as bougie food. I did notice that, like hot dogs, like Sabret hot dogs were like $8 for a package. I was like, why? It's not even real meat. Like, you want me to pay $8 to feed my kids like roach legs and fingers and like beef byproducts and whatever? Like bologna, especially. Oh my God, bologna went way up. I guess they realized that's where, they're going to make the money because it's all we could fucking afford. It was Red Rocket to the tune of Red Robin. Worked better in my head, I guess. I also respond to, hey, asshole, and what's up, you weirdo? Well, I respond to, hey, bitch, all the time. They're like, bitch, I'm what? No problem. You call me an asshole or a shithead, though, and I'm going to punch you in your face. But that's only face to face. You can call me that on the internet. That doesn't bother me. Bologna went up. What a load of baloney. Stop, ho. Stop, bitch. My bitch. I've gotten into the habit of spelling it BISH just so that YouTube doesn't have a fit. So weird. Oh, have you seen the price of bologna? Yeah. My bologna has a first name. It's Money. But yeah, it definitely is. Oh. Ayo said I almost replied to that, Ellie. Well, this stream went all off, but I needed a nice day. It's all right. You guys made me feel much more human. She said, OMG, I almost choked. Somebody asked me the other day, what can we do to make you choke? And I was like, you? Nothing. I was like, what does it take to make you choke? Oh no, that's what he said. He said, what does it take to make you choke? I said, more than you got. Now I don't know that for certain, but nope. I have very specific requirements now. I got standards. Don't you know? I got standards. I mean, some people call me, but that's a single lady who does that. Oh, okay. No, you didn't, bitch. Silly the way you say it. Well, you know, the Jersey is strong with me. What can I tell you? Ayoxander, the force is strong with me, I guess. Oh, my. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did ask that the other day. It was funny. Anyway, all right. So it is 12:30. I've been going for 4.5 hours. I need to do the human things. T-Rex. See, now you're gonna make me stay because you told me to do something. Ask nicely. Shelly has to do human things. Cue the outro. Yes. I kind of don't want to cue the outro because I want to cue like the intro just so that you guys who weren't here this morning could see it. Ellie, you weren't there Saturday night. You have to go and look at Winning Saturday Night stream. I put links up in the chat. Oh my God, we made songs. It was hilarious. Hilarious. You would piss yourself laughing. You really would. And he made me this beautiful intro, which if you guys show up Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock, you'll get to see. He said, play the outro. I knew he was going to say that too. One of my college roommates was a Jersey girl. She was from the shore. Yeah, nah. I'm not from the shore, but I did live there every summer. So I feel you. All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming by. Hang out, watch the outro, and we'll see what's different. I love you. Thank you so much for coming by, and have a wonderful 2 days until I see you Wednesday morning. All right. This is me, and I am out. Mwah.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be